Howdy, howdy. Hi, everyone. I hope I find you well on this Tuesday. Tuesdays are my live stream days. Sometimes I stay up way too late the night before and I don't feel like streaming much, and that happens to be a day like today. So I'm going to pass you on over to the Twitter Spaces. How do you like that? It's almost like putting a kid in front of the TV and turning it on, I guess. But I never have been that parent. Let me share my screen with you and I'll get you into the Twitter Spaces and you can see what's going on there and decide whether you want to stay or not. Okay, I don't know if you were able to hear that because I didn't see myself hit a button. Share my screen, Chrome tab. Yes, it is there. Twitter, yes. All right. So now, once again, Devin. So I go by EcoBuilder within the Hex community. I'm ranked kind of high in the holdings of the Hex community. I pay attention to everything in Hex and richardheart.com. Richard Heart is a guy who's cleaning up crypto right now. He has made many people a millionaire, and he is teaching people appropriate lessons in life and cryptocurrency, because appropriate lessons in life, meet crypto, rather than crypto continuing to screw over people with all the dark ins and outs. So in crypto, we have to do what's right, let's say. And a lot of people want to take advantage of other people in crypto. That's why your local advisor hasn't told you crypto's safe yet. But it'll happen. So we're at the front of a revolution. The revolution is about finance, and you're able to get involved, sort of like stocks, sort of like getting involved in a corporation. So what we're able to do is hold our own value over there in that space. And a guy named Richard Heart, richardheart.com, he is guiding a lot of people in that space. And so he's wealthening his investors, let's say investors, but they're not investors, right? They're movers. They're persons who are able to represent each one of those units over there in that space. And he's going to continue to make products in that space that are better than other things in that space. And so it's almost like you're betting on a horse with your value. It's almost like you're betting on a corporation with your value. So it's the winning horse. richardheart.com.
Get it.
Oh, yeah. It's painful.
Here we are in Twitter Spaces.
It's painful. Make you gotta look in the mirror. We a party to this shit. We're culpable too, man. We letting them do this funky shit, man. So we're culpable too, man. We ain't got no moral high ground at all.
These things right here
Mr. Wonderful.
are tweets that are pinned to the top of the conversation. All of these people are in the room. And the people that it says speaker, those are the people who have microphones. And then if it glows up purple like that, they're actually talking.
Talk to me because they don't want to, I guess, swallow their pride or their ego. So let it be.
Just go tell them you love them, bro. That's it, man. That's all you can do, man. Like tell them it ain't. You don't have to say I told you so. Say how do we deal with? How do we move forward? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I told them I still love them or whatever, but
no,
just like put them against me, right? Like
right. What I'm saying is, don't talk about none of that.
Like, everything that I have sacrificed to
Right.
get to the point where I got before I got hacked. Dude, that took a lot of work, but yet no support because I didn't go to college. Whatever.
I'm saying, bro, they still can't relate any better, bro. Just because all of that shit happened, you think they got educated in this time? No. So they, the same bozos last year is the same bozos this year, man. Some of them bozos just happen to be your relatives, bro, and you just gotta
Yep.
be patient. My homie was telling me yesterday, like, bro, like, he's like, you've been like this. You ain't just get like this. It's not no current events. Like, you've been this way, and you've been an elite type of cat, man. You've been thinking outside the box your whole life. And my mother told me, my mother's like, man, you've been hustling since you were like a child. Like, I was like 7, 8, shoveling snow and stealing shit, selling it. Like, I just been this way, man. You know what I mean? Since I was a real small child. And people that don't see the shit you see ain't gonna just start seeing it, bro. The human mind takes a certain amount of time before it can even.
Well, that's disappointing. That means that the space got rugged and somebody pressed the wrong button, one of the hosts or the co-hosts, or Twitter gave out on allowing that person to, their software just gave out. So Mr. Wonderful is a guy that I like to follow and follow around in space. I enjoy the perspective that he drops because his perspective is not my perspective. That's why I enjoy it so much. It expands my head. What you're looking at right now is my homepage or my home feed of Twitter. There's my little avatar. I'm going to figure out if they're going to create another space. Pulse Doge was one of the guys. Doge. This was one of the co-hosts. So if their avatar lights up with like a purple glow, then that means that they're in a space right now. In this person, Cajun, to be in a space. Could find spaces on my cell phone and then report back to my computer here. Yeah, they're organizing again. Just a little bit longer, just a second. Okay.
Twitter fucker.
Hey, Twitter fucker, you back. God damn it, dude. I hate that shit.
I know, the room was going great.
I've always had, I've been rugged space.
They're discussing Twitter rugging them. Twitter's only had this technology available for like 8 months or something like that. It burns up your phone if you're a speaker, not just a listener. So there's two different stages of interacting. If you're a speaker, you hear things right then and there. But if you're a listener, then you have a little bit of a delay, just like what we have here on the computer. You're at just the slightest bit of a delay.
Getting too much clout. Hexy B's new profile picture keeps throwing me off. I'm like, I keep seeing this person in the space. Who is that? And I clicked on it. I was like, oh, it's Hexy B. What the heck?
Yeah, I think she even did her hair lighter.
Yeah, no, it's nice. Suits your face. Makes more glowy.
They'll get to talking here soon. They'll get back on track whenever the room fills back
Oh,
up.
fun while it lasted.
See how many people come back in. So I'm going to let this run. I've got some stuff I need to take care of. I hope this is
What are you doing there?
an awesome conversation
He's fucking snoring.
for some ammunition later on in the world.
No, that was the door opening. That's
Peace.
my roommate coming in. So I just posted up. I got the 3D modeling of my Pokegon. So like, go look at my Twitter page right now. MC Escher, the guy who did the 3D modeling. So I sent him like 3 Pokegon things. So the first one came in the mail today.
Hey, did you retweet the room, Hexby?
No, I'll do it right now.
I'll do it. Want to share with smaller crowds? No. Maybe later. What does it even say? I want to share with smaller crowds.
I put it in the group chat and then sent it out to a couple of people in my feed.
Hey, I gotta ask CZ. Did you like the whole thing with Wolverine?
Yeah. So to be honest with you, and I've told you this before, I didn't really know much about him.
Right.
I mean, I really didn't know all the stuff that was going on because, I just try to run from drama. So
Right.
I just didn't know. And then I've heard bits and pieces of, oh, he did this and this and this, but I just never really knew him. And totally like when I saw like on the title about the roast or whatever, I was like, ooh, yay. And then it was like, I think I'm too late to this party, so whatever. But he seems really nice. And he said he's like going to turn his shit around and do things nicer and different. So, you know what? Only time will tell, right?
No, I actually. It's funny is him and I talked for like 40 minutes after that whole roasting thing. So, give a guy a benefit of the doubt, that type of thing. Like I know who kind of like I can read people like you do. Like you're a no bullshit type person. Like I get that. Like so I mean so I am the same way, and like I knew him kind of like in the background space, and like everybody wanted to roast him. I'm like let's bring him up. Let's get him in here. Let's torch his ass. And but I had him.
Yeah, he definitely has to work on his lady skills. When Black Text can ask him that, he's like, yeah, the answer is big, green, fat, green candles. I'm like, dude, that's wrong. Wrong answer. That's not how you're supposed to answer that.
That
When
was
you're talking to girls.
hilarious. That was
Gonna work.
hilarious, though, that his answer was that. I was just like, and honestly, that shit doesn't really bother me. I just like fucking with people when they just I mean, it's like, come on, it's like a typical dude answer. And I was like,
Yes,
come on,
exactly.
man.
It was so bro.
I was like,
Okay,
come
bro.
on, man. So then I had to give him a little hard time. That was my little in to give him a hard time about his fat green candles.
I was like, no, bro, come on, no. You gotta work on your lady skills, dude. Like that's not how you talk to them.
Hey Suzy, can you get me a girlfriend when I come out to Vegas?
What am
No,
I, a
it's a
fucking
girlfriend.
madam? I mean, like, you're gonna pay me to find you a bitch or what?
No, you're just gonna help a friend out. I mean,
I
friends
mean, I
help
think you
friends.
got your Pride watch you're wearing, so that should
Oh,
be flashy
yeah.
enough to get
Oh,
you a
we can-
girlfriend.
So
We
I
can find
need
you
a
fine
boyfriend now?
gentleman.
Like, 'cause I'm wearing the my Pride watch, I gotta get a boyfriend now.
No, I'm pretty sure you'll be fine. You're gonna meet new people. Just don't fall asleep on them. That's the key.
Well, you can ask Black Mexican. She's pimping people out.
I'm getting kind of sleepy right now.
Of course you are. But yeah, seriously, all you need to do is stay awake. I'm gonna fuck with you in Vegas. Don't get me. Yeah, you know I will.
Oh,
You're
trust me, I'm gonna give
if
you
you
trouble
fall
too.
asleep in my
You are not gonna give me more
do
trouble
not
than
fall
I'm gonna
asleep
give
on my
you.
cabana. I will fuck you up. You go to hey, have you ever gone to those parties where you wake up?
I'm gonna
and
get
there's, like,
Ballet
stuff
Brand
in
to like videotape me like sleeping in the chair on your
I'm
cabana.
gonna get whipped
Like,
cream. I'm gonna get whipped cream and put it up your
And a hot
nose
dog.
hole.
And a hot dog.
oh, it's
Have a
on
hot
now.
dog sticking out your
Oh,
nose
it's
with fucking
on
whipped cream
now,
on it.
Yeah, just,
bro.
yeah. So remember, I'll be videoing out there for little clips
Right.
of my show, so that'd be fun.
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it.
Oh man, I cannot wait to party and get off
You-
this work schedule.
You cannot
Oh my god.
catch Hex Deck 16 slipping. You will not be slipping when he comes out to Vegas. I'll be 100% on point in contact.
Perfect. And just
what
an
happened to
update, real quick. We have Pornhub girls coming out. I had a Zoom meeting with two people that are in Bank X, and one of the guys is friends with the guy that owns Pornhub. So for one of the holes out there, you're gonna have Pornhub girls, and
Nice.
and they might be at the pool. We're trying to find out if they can do that. So yeah, you'll get a little extra candy out there without just looking at this old regular old, sex
Well-
girl.
Wash your balls with a happy ending.
Exactly.
Service.
There's only one girl I want to see, but I won't say it.
Oh,
Oh,
someone's
I
gonna cry.
already know.
CZ knows.
I already
CZ
know.
knows.
I think I know. Yeah, I think I know. I'm not gonna say.
Do not say it, Hexstack.
I would not say it, but I think I know.
I'm not going to say it because I'm an honest person and it's all fair, fun and love and war, that type of thing. And it's totally like platonic, just friends type thing. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just remember because I know you're an old school guy. You can't club her in the head and take her off.
No,
Okay.
never. Right. I'm a total gentleman. If you ever meet me in person, anybody will tell you I'm 100% a total gentleman.
Hey, how do you guys like my drag queen picture?
I love it. It's very.
I like
Is
the
that real?
Boobalicious picture in the pool better.
Of course you do.
Yeah, but this is my drag queen side. Now,
Yeah,
my
the
Yes,
hair
bitch,
just doesn't
yes.
do it for me.
yes, bitch,
know.
yes.
Let me ask Jay-Z. Let me ask her husband. Like, that hair thing is just not it. I totally get the latex stuff.
Isn't that hilarious? I know. If you look on the picture, they fucked up my hair, and it made me look like I'm wearing this really cheap drag queen lace front wig.
Yeah, I don't even think
You
Jay-Z
definitely-
would like that. The hair is just, like, freaky.
You definitely look a little blown out.
Oh, I've heard that one before.
What happened to Jesse? We're back to Jay-Z. What happened?
He's in here.
No, he wasn't his. Where was he? Didn't he change his name to Jesse for a minute?
He did.
I wasn't feeling it, huh? What's up, Ray? Mexican the Great. How we doing today? Rolly?
Hey, doing good, man. Doing good. Living the dream. How you guys doing?
Living the dream. Can't wait to get the fuck off of work. Another fucking late one. Damn it. Oh, so sick of working. I was working for a living some hoe shit. What is it now? 80. It's only 83 here. It's nice.
It's like 96 over here.
Ooh.
That's a cold front. It's
Alright,
like
speaking of hot,
112 here.
I liked your little meme with the lady holding up her titties in front of the fan. That shit was
That
hilarious.
is
I
so
like that
fucking 100 what's going on.
Has anybody ever met like talked to Christine Hype on Twitter?
What was the question?
Have you ever talked to or met Christine Hype?
I've messaged with her, but not heard her voice or like met her in person. So it could be another guy. I don't know.
Oh, am I getting catfished?
Oh, no, 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 I'm not saying that. Okay, if you guys are doing that kind of stuff, I don't know. I mean, it could be the watch. But with that being said, I've never actually spoke with her. Never heard her voice, and I've never seen her. I used to think Hexlina was a girl, but it's a boy. So I have to, sometimes you just gotta be careful. But yeah, she might be a girl. She's in my ladies' discourse.
She's always like the first one to like hit my comments, that type of thing. I was just curious. I'm just asking questions, but I thought it was fun.
Yeah, not giving anything away at all.
Damn it, man! The mic thing doesn't work.
This is like the third time I've said something and then like that conversation pops up. I'm wondering if that had my voiceover on or something.
I think I saw a pic of Christina Hype. I think she posted 1 or 2 pics in the last few months.
I'm kind of liking that Louisiana girl now. Just she threw a picture up, so I'm just gonna rip on her. But Cajun Hexkin, kind of cute. No lie.
Yeah, that was probably a turnoff if she was listening.
Oh, I don't care. I'm not serious about it. I'm just like.
Her
trolling
name is
at that point.
Hexy Cajun, not that Cajun Mexican.
Yeah. No, it's all fun and games. I'm not even being serious. I'm just like playing.
Yeah, you never want to say kind of cute.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Either
you don't?
yeah, no. It's either she's fucking hot, and I'm on that shit, or yeah, they're just don't even say anything. You just yeah.
You can't
Especially
say
in public.
cute?
Well, no, you can't say kind of, yeah, not kind of cute. It's you're all in or you're not in at all.
Oh, okay, I get it. No, but this is like the fun stuff. It's like so like I'm very protective and I'm actually age conscious, that type of thing. So like I'm not even playing, like good friend here in Montana, like gal out here that came out to the last Hexagon meetup type thing, and somebody down in Australia tried to rip on my friend, and I told her, well, I'm like we're friends in a father-daughter sort of way, crypto father type thing. Like I don't play those games. I don't do that nonsense. I'm not like a dirty old bastard, that type of thing. Very healthy respect for things, but it's good having fun. But yeah, I don't ever pull those type of like things, whatever.
Yay, Mr. Wonderful's back. Hey, Mr. Wonderful, way to go. Rugging around with the truths talking.
Good evening. Good evening.
Somebody got to do it.
Thanks a lot there, bud.
Peace, y'all. Somebody got to do it, man. Tired of being lied to, man. I wasn't going for it as a kid, though, man. I was a real, very inquisitive child, man. So, and my mother fostered it. So maybe that's the blessing right there. She let me annoy her with questions, and she admitted when she didn't know something. You know, little simple shit like that. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. I got a question. The post Doge, he's gone. Right? Anybody? Is that that airdrop? Is it finished with the post Doge or the free
I
coins?
think it
On the
finishes.
28th. On the
Yeah.
28th.
20 was today. So
26.
how do I? What do I need to claim? 26.
You go to their website and you connect your wallet to the website. It's read only. It'll read your T shares, and depending on what your T share status is, they'll airdrop you X amount of coins for however many
Oh
T shares
shit,
you have.
man! I got hex all over wallets, man. I don't even know where the hell it's at. So I just
Yeah, just T shares though, not Hex itself, just T shares.
what? Oh, state hex.
Yeah, so they're only airdropping it stakers. So wherever you have whatever wallet you have a stake in, you can go claim it from that website.
I got about 4 state wallets for T-shirts.
Yeah. So then you can claim from all 4 of those wallets, as long as it was before April something.
So I just go hook it up, and then I can.
It'll just charge you a gas fee, whatever the gas fee is at the moment.
Right.
So make sure when you do it, if you want to wait till later on in the day.
Right. No, I'm gonna
Gas. As
make
long
my
as there's
son
some
do it.
Ethereum in that wallet to pay the gas fee, the free claim.
Yeah, that's good stuff. He told me like 2 months ago. He said, "Hey, he's like, hey, Dad." He's like, you heard of Post Doge? I'm like, yeah. You know. He's like, man. He said the shit is bomb. I'm like, really? Kind of caught me off guard.
Yeah, it's almost up to $5.
I don't know, like who.
It's almost up to $5. It's like $4.02 right now, or something like that.
Yeah, who knew?
Right?
Right. What's the word for the day? Anybody?
Freedom.
Peace.
The word is legs. Spread the word.
I second that.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, Mr. Man. How are you?
Peace.
All good, all good. Yes, chilling and waiting for things to go live.
I hope you're in something comfy because it's gonna take a minute.
What if we went live tonight? Like literally, what if Richard Hart launched Pulse Chain tonight? Like there would be a bunch of people wet panties.
I'm gonna be pissed because I'm holding out for 1 cent hex. I might be holding out forever.
Just for the record, they'll look out for V3 before we have any indication of when it's going to launch. There will be a V3 put out before it goes live.
Is that official, the V3?
They have to. It's too big of a change to go through everything and then just launch it, not test to make sure everything is 100%. You know what I mean? Make sure everything went. Right.
It's not.
By too big
for
of a
sure,
change, do you mean code
but
refactoring?
yeah, it's probable.
By too big of a change, do you mean code refactoring, or what is it you mean? What is the biggest change that happened?
They had to pretty much rewrite it to factor for the new, to make it so it's faster, more reliable. Whatever they came up with that, I forget what it is. Walrus told us about it, but he said pretty much look out for V2 or V3 because with changing all the stuff, they have to make sure they didn't make any mistakes.
Yeah, that would be a good idea to have a B3 then. In the meantime, it's fun to read about all the new projects that are supporting Hacks and the ecosystem, right? All the other projects that will be coming on to the Pulse chain.
Yeah, we're gonna by the time this thing launches, we're gonna have more fucking coins than Ethereum. Yeah.
We're gonna have fucking tons of freebies as well.
Yeah, a lot of people are getting into game theory with making like single hex stakes and just putting them in like 200-300 wallets, just for the fact of of that people just airdropping stuff to hex stakeholders. Not even it doesn't even matter how much it is. It's just if you hold a stake, they're gonna send you free stuff. So there's people game theorying that right now.
Which is great if you have a lot of dry powder, but if you're already staked, I guess you'll be playing less of that.
Well, I mean, even for the future, if you waited till Pulse Chain launched and then did all your staking just to have a bunch of stakes, a bunch of different wallets, it'd be pretty cheap because one hex is 4 cents, but that's what it is over there. And then the gas fees to stake it, they're gonna be next to nothing. So maybe cost you a couple $100 to have 300 wallets with a stake in it, with 1 hex, just to get free airdrop. Not too bad of a.
You mean on Pulse chain, right? You mean on Pulse chain, right? Right.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, if I said something else, but yeah, that's what I meant. But yeah, getting a few hundred wallets together wouldn't cost you too much, other than people get it on the day where it's like $3 to stake or something like that. You know what I mean?
I kind of almost, or kind of did, right? Spill the beans on Katie's feet.
There was no beans to be spilled. It's the people are in the spaces all the time are the ones that know about it. So yeah, there was no secret.
Okay, cool.
It's just you thought we were in a regular post show saying we were like the actual like PLSD, like the people that are trying to push it real hard and like the faces of it or whatever were the ones that were in there, not our normal our normal post show guy that's in here and our normal talk. So that was the only thing that was you were fine. It was just the wrong space. You thought we were just normal people. It was like a whole
Yeah, I
bunch
thought
of
it,
other people that
yeah,
aren't normally there.
yeah, like, well, I saw some of us in there. I was like, all right, cool. Like they're probably asking questions, and yeah, yeah.
No problem. Yeah, no, you were fine. No big deal. Yeah, 90% of the people in there had no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, they're like, what? Feet and a teeth?
Yeah. Now, a year from now, when it comes out and it's a big old thing, people are gonna be like, "Oh, I remember someone saying something about feet in the space one time. He came in and said it talked for like 2 seconds, and that was it." Yeah, it'll go down in
Huh.
history. The first time anyone ever heard of it was because Crypto in the Hood brought it up. It's like,
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, what? Cool. Let me get some insider info right now. But little did I know I was already in it.
you are the insider info.
Yeah. Yeah. That was funny. I thought that was hilarious.
That's pretty good. Yeah, but no, I was pretty jumping. I think that's the most active room I've ever ran. Like trying to keep people like rotated. Normally, it's like the room's just big enough to where there's just enough people up that want to talk, and everybody just kind of rotates themselves out because they're done talking, and by that time, someone else wants to come up, so everybody kind of naturally runs themselves. But like, I was to the point where I had to start dropping people as it was going. I was like, all right, I haven't heard from that guy in a minute. I drop down. Listen, I haven't heard
Yeah,
from that guy in a minute.
that
Drop
was
down.
pretty cool, actually.
Man, it's fucking work. Wow, I can tell you.
That's why I asked you. I was like, are you juggling like two phones and driving? Because I have trouble juggling one phone when I host. So yeah,
And not even,
and
I'm
it's
not
only
even
like
holding,
5 people.
and I'm not even holding the phone. It's it's like hooked to the dash. Like I have a little
Oh,
dash
okay.
mount, so I'm not
Yeah.
even like holding the phone. It's just on the mount. And I just, as I'm driving, it's like right now I'm sitting in traffic, so I can glance at the phone every once in a while. I glance like, oh, okay, we
Mhm.
got someone there, and then okay, try to butt in without interrupting the conversation. That's a skill in itself, is to like kind of interject to do housekeeping without
Yeah.
without slowing or stopping the conversation. So
Yeah. You just wait for a long enough pause where you can like just jump in real quick.
I think the best time is when someone gets asked a question, because most of the time no one's really like set ready for their especially if it was a quick question, they have to kind
Hmm.
of like think about it for a second before they answer it. So I've always found that's a good place to jump in, like, hey, before you answer that, please blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then once my little housekeeping's done, and then it gave them time to think about their answer, and then they roll into their answer, so helps keep things going.
Yeah. That's cool. Like, yeah. No, I don't try to apply that technique whenever I'm hosting the 5 people that come into my space.
Well, if you keep them, hex.com, they'll come. That's all I ever done. Just hex.com space. Everybody likes it,
Yeah.
at least the regulars. Everybody likes being in a hex.com space because we know we're all going to be here. So we'll come show up and hang out. And also too with it, I had at the beginning, especially if you don't have a lot of followers or no one knows that you host spaces or whatever. You just got to sometimes I'd sit there for 30 minutes to an hour with nobody in the room, just me, just left it open,
Mhm.
and I'd be just
Yeah.
driving down the road waiting for someone to show up, and then I guess I'm gonna start trying to be better with algorithmic stuff with hashtags and the things. But have you ever
Yeah,
seen?
that's what I noticed also. Like you have to like if you want a broader audience, you have to like hashtag like different subjects or whatnot. That's relevant to what your space is going to be about. Like, yeah, For instance,
if
if
you
you
ever-
want like, you know, Luna people, you put like hashtag Luna 2, hashtag Luna 1, or whatever.
Yeah, so if you ever see just hex.com, that means I made the space while I was driving because I ain't going through all that shit. I'm going down the road. Just do it real quick, throw out a couple of invites, and then fucking set up the room, make it so everybody can join, or just it depends on the time. Like if it's late at night, I don't do that. Just anyone can join because it's troll central. So I just choose
Yeah.
people that are following me, and then I'll pick and choose who I bring up. But like during the day and stuff like that, I'll just put everyone can just come up, and then I'll set up the room, and then that way I don't have to pay that much attention to it because I'll just everybody comes up into space, and if we get a troll, we'll just drop them. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
So that's how I maintain spaces and still get down the road. But I mean, I drive these roads every day, all day. I really don't have to pay attention to where I'm going because I know the route.
Yeah, it's
I know
like
what
already
lane-
like second nature.
yeah, I know what lane to be in. Like I'm already, I set myself up like I do like from one freeway to the other. I get in the lane that I need to be to get onto the next freeway without even changing lanes. I just gotta continue on my way. I really don't have to pay. I just gotta make sure I'm not hitting anybody. That's everything else is just flows.
Have you ever seen a liger?
I've seen pictures of one.
Yeah,
They're-
yeah.
they're big-
That,
they're big
it's
tigers.
insane. They're freaking humongous. They're giants. You know what? I think a saber-tooth tiger used to be that big.
Oh, no, they were bigger. They were huge.
Yeah, probably bigger, and then their canines were like sticking out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They were like the size of like walrus tusks.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, well, I'm looking at a picture right now of this guy with the liger, and it's insane. They're huge, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've heard they don't do well in the wild because they're so big.
Yeah, they're like more I guess sluggish because they're huge, man. They're like
And also too, it takes a lot of food to maintain something that big.
mm-hmm.
But there's not
Oh,
enough
for
food.
sure.
There's not enough food in the area. They'll end up perishing. And like you said, they're slow, so it's harder to catch the fast moving stuff. So
Yeah,
But
they're probably like if they would exist in the wild, which I doubt they do because when would a lion and a tiger cross paths?
All right. Hello, I'm back.
But yeah, they wouldn't be able to run anything down. They'll probably be like scavengers.
or just attack something really big.
I'm listening to another space in my
Yeah.
head, in my other
Which would
earphones.
probably be like cattle or.
They're
like
talking
yours
about
runs as
traditional
fast,
finance
an
and
elephant
how
will
Amazon
probably like
is
stomp 'em out.
buying up a medical company right now.
Not the
Yeah.
an elephant.
And they're also worried about like there not being any
Damn, they're freaking big.
Yeah, I've seen
development
videos-
from
I've watched videos of
young,
elephants
smart
fucking entire pride of
companies right now. And
Yeah,
instead,
well, from what I
6 of them.
it's
yeah,
the
like from what I've
companies that exist
seen,
right
like,
now
the
are
best time for, like,
reorganizing
attack is at night,
and have
so
already
they take down
um,
elephants,
grown to their level,
male bulls,
their
or
absolute
like at
level of
nighttime,
expansion,
they'll just
supposedly, right?
big ass animal down and eat them
There's
up.
always world domination. So, I see that Mr. Wonderful has gone into another space, and I mentioned him earlier, and I like to
Hello.
You
mine
hear me?
his activities on Twitter.
Jizzer.
So let's follow him.
Trying to crack down on that steak ladder, trying to figure something out.
You're doing a staking ladder.
No, that's what I'm trying.
If y'all have any questions about hex.com and staking hex,
But
just contact me.
Hex is the way. If you go to Hex is the Way's YouTube channel,
Leave a
they have very
comment
good, informative methods.
after this video is over, maybe.
Yeah,
Or
well,
hunt me down on
I'm
Twitter.
honestly
My
just
Twitter
waiting
handle
for Pulse chain
is
to come
what's
out
at
so
the
I could do my
bottom
my
corner
ladder.
of the screen.
But
Eco
I
Builder.
do have
so
like
what is better to do the ladder, monthly or yearly?
I'm doing it monthly. Every month for 10 years, I'm going to be sending out bagfuls. Like,
and
yeah.
and every time like say an example, if you just do the same amount every month, let's put example, right?
Uh-huh.
If you do the same amount every month, the yield increase.
Well, yeah, because each stake, like when you go to hex.com,
Because you
I have a bunch of
because you
different
already
stakes, but
because
it
you
will
already
give
got
you
a
the
staking
total
going
amount in the
through.
bottom. What was
Hex
that?
is the way. Hold on, Hex is the way is up here. Let him. He's
Yeah.
like the guru on this for sure. Teach. Hex is the way. Teach away.
Hey, Reverend, what's up? What are you thinking about doing?
Start create a letter by month.
It's highly not.
I'll,
So are you talking about Pulse Chain?
Hex for the meantime.
Because
Ethereum.
While we're waiting,
yeah, on Ethereum, I know, but on Ethereum, it's not really recommended to do a lot of transactions. So if you can bunch your stakes together, you're going to save a lot of transaction fees, and could be hundreds of thousands of dollars. In the
This
future
space
for
is
some of
called
those
Pan-African
transactions.
Warlords.
Yeah,
Um,
but what I was thinking.
There's going to be a lot of black people in here,
It was
and
like
Mr. Wonderful has the
launching
microphone, so let's go.
So
Very
I'm
good-
saying,
good
but
idea.
why are we even doing that? Why are we splitting an
The
atom
sun
in this
does it.
motherfucking? No,
The
why
sun
are
does it.
why are humans splitting
Why are humans
atoms
doing
in
it?
this fucking planet?
Because we need energy. Why are we bonding?
We don't
with
need
each
that
other?
energy though. We
Yes,
don't need,
we
and that's what I'm
do.
saying.
Yes,
The
we
use of
do.
science.
Yes, we do.
We don't need to split atoms in this
Yes,
motherfucking
we
planet.
do. Yes, we do.
We don't.
Okay,
We
we
don't
can
need
agree to
cell
disagree.
phones, but we have them. We
Yeah,
use
we don't
them.
need cell
Different
phones.
than
I
splitting
mean,
atoms.
it's
And, you
no,
know,
it's not. How did we get
it is
to it?
different. It is.
So you
How did
draw
we
the
get to
line.
that
Nuclear
technology?
energy.
Shah.
Nuclear energy is
Shah.
different than a cell
But
phone.
the
Shah.
buddy that was working, the black
No.
dude that was
Shah.
working with Alexandra Graham Bell, the black dude who came, who invented the goddamn phone.
Yeah,
Just
but
like
he
the one
didn't
who
invent
invented
the
the light
he
bulb.
didn't invent cellular phones.
Well, but
It's
yeah,
not
but
the
the
same thing.
technology.
The
And that's
technology is
the point
drastically
with the
different.
technology growing. Doesn't mean
Yeah,
that
it's an
It's
evolution
it
of
just
the technology.
advanced. Yeah,
a
it
tool,
doesn't
and it
mean.
has a place, just
But
like
why does it have
Because
a
look
place?
at
I say we get rid of
All of
electrical
these things
engineering
were
as a field.
military part of self. All of
and
these things
see,
have
look
military
at how we use
applications.
cell phones and look how they
I'm
were
saying-
used in a negative way
It was a
against us.
weapon
It
first.
still doesn't
Yeah.
mean that
It's just a
it's
tool.
it's not beneficial
It was
for
a
us
weapon
now.
first.
Nuclear energy
I'm not
is just a
disagreeing with that. I'm
tool.
saying it's a tool.
All
It's a
of it
tool,
is
and
a
I'm
tool.
saying
Nuclear
all
energy is just a
all
tool.
the tools that they create is not necessary. We make
Go
tools
follow
that
I
don't
know
Mr.
that,
Wonderful
that's what I've
7.
been
that we
saying.
don't need to split atoms.
No, you're saying
No,
that
you were
they
saying
should
use the
use
old shit and fuck the new shit because
That's
the
what you
people
saying
said.
that come
all the
in,
new shit,
they
Machiavelli in the
fuck our
house.
shit
to
up.
go back to
Academic,
Europe
all
again.
the
academiated.
new shit
Not
that they're
everybody
doing.
goes to.
In the
We need to
house.
reassess all the new shit, and we need to also incorporate the old shit if
Shah's
need
my
be
nigga.
and necessary.
I'm gonna say that like a skip. Academiated.
Looked
straight
at.
through the fucking window.
Wait,
We need
can,
to look
can
at
we?
But
Can we
Shy, it may have
It's like
already been
a
looked
wheel
at.
that's
Like you said,
lopsided.
it
That's
needs to be relooked
oval
at. It may have been, and
instead of
we
round.
may
It
be
may
doing that
have been.
constantly. There's nothing
we
wrong
ain't
with it.
looked at nothing.
No, us.
We have. We've reassessed
There's been
electrical
advancement.
engineering. It's fine.
Mama, we
Like,
all
That's why
just
we have
hold on.
ethnopharmacology now, because we're re-implementing these things. That's why we have
That's what
integrated
I'm talking
medicine.
about. That's what I'm talking about, Jet. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Well, then why don't you say that instead of
Hell no,
But I
Shy.
did use that as an
Going
example.
Hell
I did
no.
use medicine as an example. You gotta get that.
Where are you? We need you.
Booted it.
Hell no.
We need you.
Shy,
put it
you
in the-
bullshitting. That's not what you
Every
were just
time-
saying, man.
No, I was saying
Every time
that
You say these motherfuckers fuck up everything. That
They
shit, we
have.
can go back
they
to
took medicine. They
to-
took
ask
medicine.
Africa think of himself
Don't you
because,
agree?
like the old person who
They took
who
physics
wait,
and then they split atoms. That's
I'm gonna
fucked
bring
up.
Africa. We need you.
right, but
What's
but
the
you
symbol?
saying that they shouldn't
gotta
even
have to
done
pick
that.
the
You like
symbol.
we
You
need
have
to
to
go
pick the
back.
symbol. I'm saying
You said we
always
need to go
Mr.
back to
Batman.
get to
Physics,
farming
engineering.
My
for
opinion is you don't need to be splitting
feed,
atoms.
trying to feed 100 people
We live
and like
in a
come on,
medium.
man.
All of those
that
subject matters
allows
are
us to
physical,
exist
we need
and
to
be
redo all
prosperous
that.
in the middle,
Yes,
right?
that's the
So
one
the
we do,
further
but
you go out
but
and the
it
further you go
to
in,
reassess some process.
How
you're
do
going to
you know
mess
we
with
not doing
God's
that
tools.
already, though?
what I'm saying is
You
That's
want
my
what you
opinion.
want us to do with it, Shy? What the fuck?
well,
What
one
you want
thing
us to do with it?
well, one
A good
thing that
example of
happened is they've
good
taken
example.
spirit out. They've taken spirit out of our sciences.
If it was
What
that
is
people
Bullshit.
went
I
back
got
to
spiritual
what it takes
anyway.
to grow from the land
What about the
Yeah.
and
atheist, Shah?
recognize what it is that everybody else is
they
doing
took
for
spirit out of
survival,
our
Does that mean I
sciences?
gotta
they would be
mix
so
out
much more
with
humble
for
and
atheists?
respectful.
Black atheists. I don't
You
need
know what,
No,
Shy?
black
that
people.
if
Talk
you
your,
don't get
that, you
that
know what? Talk your
example,
shit,
can't even
Shy.
talk. We can,
Talk
if you
your
don't,
shit, Shy. Talk your shit, because I knew you was about to say that. Talk
Machiavelli,
your
that's
shit.
hilarious.
he was good.
the minute
What
that
I'm
you
doing is
deny
following
spirit,
Mr.
I'm not
Wonderful in
saying
the Twitter
anybody is
Spaces
denying it, but when you
because I
deny
value
spirit,
his
that means you are
perspective
gone.
as a
You've
black
been
man
totally
in
taken
this
in
So
world.
and
you're
indoctrinated by
calling for
Yeah,
the
well,
They
genocide
not
of the
denying
atheists.
it
but
for
I'm still
themselves.
here.
They
I
denying it
know that
for us,
already, and
bro.
I'm still here. Like,
Y'all are missing the point. The point is
Okay.
they're better at alchemy than us. They're tricking us because they got a whole system of spirituality that we're not privy to. All of these things with the technologies y'all are speaking
well, that's
about.
going against Shy, because Shy is saying the opposite of that.
Shah is saying the opposite of that, actually.
Shy is saying that we have the system and they don't know what the fuck it is, but they blocking our spiritual realm
No,
because
I
they
mean the
blink
original
faster than
system.
us. And
quite.
when
They're
they
not quite saying that. Not really saying
What
that.
the
Lisa.
fuck is going on?
you said
Our
that
scientists also
we need to use our original shit.
Yeah, but
Yo,
our original shit doesn't mean that it's stuck in
Yeah, he comes
Our
back.
original
Shy
shit.
left. He left in mid sentence.
He does.
He left right in the middle when Africa was talking. Said, "Wait, I'll be back." And I know you was sitting there listening. You was laughing
No, I had an
while we was
appointment
sitting there
with
talking. You was like, "Ha ha, I'm fucking with them."
Crypto has
And
allowed me
then you
a
come
certain
back
amount of freedom
right in it when we
um,
talking in, and you like, "Ha
at the
ha,
same
motherfuckers, I'm
time
back with
that
my
I became
bullshit."
spiritual
Like,
or reconnected with
don't play that. Homie, don't
spiritual
play that.
connections that I
no,
always
it's
had
the
that I
laugh,
never
Shy. I know it.
identified because
It's the
the
laugh. I
church
hear the
religion
laugh. I can
told
hear
me it
you
was
doing
something
that
else.
laugh.
He's doing it right now.
GT, he
The
jumped
English
GT,
language only
he
has
jumped
so
with
many
and
words
come back in the
to
front
express
door.
your feelings.
Yeah, bro.
So that's a part of it as well. And getting back your
He
time
did.
is very important with your spiritual awakening.
Wait, Shy, you acting
And
a
what I'm trying to
certain
get
way
around
with
to
the person.
saying
You got us tripping.
is
We like, man, we knew you wasn't just saying that shit.
I
Not giving them a high science.
hold an area of my
Was we
brain
not giving them a high
for the
science?
possibility of the black enslavement, the mining of Africa existing because of some level of like dementia amongst those people on what their spiritual connection is
Shy is fucking
and
with us. He
how
got those
they
spiritual
might be able
powers,
to
and he
exercise
here
it
fucking with us. He done shifted
more
the
purely
conversation.
than, I don't know, a person who's been taken away from that land or away from the equator.
And it is not being done in the sciences.
I'm not
And it
quite
does
sure.
not. And the sciences today don't include spirit. Our shit included spirit along with the physical. It included the spiritual, and that's what.
What
I'm saying.
about the
Why we
atheist,
have
Shah?
to, why we have to redo all of the shit.
What
And
about
I
the
stand on
atheist,
I
Shah?
stand on that point 10 toes down.
What about the atheist, Shah? What do we do about them?
They got an issue. They got a problem.
Okay, what about the
What
Christians,
the?
Shah?
Oh, fuck.
That's
What about
not
So
the
you
Christians, Shah?
centered. That's not we. Our
What about the
science believes in
Christians?
spirit, and it has
What
nothing
about
to do
the
with
Christians?
religion.
They'll say spirit
It
too.
doesn't have anything to do with religion. Hello.
No, it doesn't have anything to do
Spirit
with religion. But they believe that there's a different spirit, Shah. So what do we do about them?
That means that they're fucked up by the colonizer.
They're
They
not
put their
colonized
shit
Christians,
together.
Shah. Christianity is endemic to Africa also.
Came with the colonizers.
No, it did not, Shah.
It did.
No, it did
And what
not.
no, we brought it to
did
them.
not,
They just
Shah.
fuck. They just took
Christianity
it.
in Africa is
Leave it to a
more
Hexican to be
organized.
funny. Elon Musk is an
It is
African
very
American.
old.
He's a South African.
We can all agree on that.
Christianity in Africa is
Yeah, I'll let
older
y'all
than
have
the
it. Let 'em have it,
organized
Jet.
You know that. Shaw
Christianity in
know that.
Africa
Shaw
is
knows
older than
Christianity is
organized
older than them.
Christianity.
If
It
Mr.
dates
Wonderful
back
doesn't take over
You
this
know,
and
you
drop some
know, I
bombs,
know
then we
the
might be out of
17th
here.
of Egypt.
Yeah.
Thank you. It
Or
came out of
How it
Egypt
came into
and
West Africa and
it took
parts of Africa. It came into
so
Africa
we had
as a
already
tool
we
to
had already
colonize
a
us.
monarch we had already had a monotheist system going on. We had to believe in one God.
Yeah.
yes.
So there was so we already had it. Boom.
It already
What the
hit.
It
what the
came,
white
but it
people done
came
is
as a
just went and
tool
put
to it
no
came as
no
a
no
tool
no
to enslave us,
no
indoctrinate
no
us. That's
no
how
no
Christianity came
no
into
No,
the
Nah,
slave
it was
trade.
already there.
We're
no,
not
it,
talking
they
about it starting with
indoctrinated.
Abrahamic religions. We're not talking about how it started in Kemet. We ain't talking
Shah,
about that. We're talking
Shah,
about how the
Shah, we're not
All right,
talking
Mr.
about that.
Wonderful moved on, so
He's
we
got
are
oh,
going
he's
to move on as well.
he's winding up to jump out the window right now. You see
Mr.
him?
Wonderful
We're not
comes
talking
into
about
these
that. Now,
spaces and
Right.
tries
What
to
I'm
tell these
saying is
people
that
that the
there's
next
no
round of
Ethiopian secrets any
of
longer.
the
The
wealthy,
end
the next round
Yeah.
of
we're not talking about that.
not
categorizing
ethnic
yourself or
We're talking
hierarchy
about how
definitely
they
were
is
used it, how
cryptocurrency.
they used
You
it
need to
to
buy now.
enslave
But
us
I'm
and to
talking
indoctrinate
Buy
us.
now while the
for
market's
Ethiopian
down,
Christians.
while things are
Brothers
trying
and
to
sisters, I
find
believe in Christ,
their
my
bottom,
savior.
let's say.
And what are you talking about? Spirits? Go ahead.
No, and what I
Everybody
would
who's
say
like
to
a
them,
salesman
Colonizer gave him his
what I
religion.
would say to
interrupts
them
me
is that okay,
during
this
my
this
crypto
history is
pitch,
about this. So I
and
want you to go a
they
little
say
further
because
back.
it's the time to buy. And I'm like,
Kemet,
exactly.
and
You're a
you
salesman,
were
you know.
Christianity in Africa
creating
is
The
the medical
participation of
papyri
everyone
and the math
is what
papyri. That's their
makes
history.
a
Christianity in
market, makes
Africa
a
is
system.
what is in some cases older
Fred,
than
that's
many
their history
aspects of
too.
the Yoruba
Kemet is
pantheon.
their history too.
No,
And it
but
predates Christianity.
no, it doesn't. No, it
Well,
doesn't.
how
for
is
the people of
everybody gonna
Ethiopia.
say that?
Pantheon.
Yes, it
are
does.
Okay, we're gonna
It does.
vacate.
How
Predates
everybody
their
gonna tell
Christianity.
them
Christianity's
that?
only
Like,
1,500 years old.
No, Shah.
Okay.
No, Shah.
but I can't believe, Shaw, you're saying that the atheists, we're like fuck them. Because I
No,
don't
I'm
even
not
think
saying that.
African
I'm saying
spirituality, we wouldn't say that.
No,
We
I'm not
accept.
saying fuck them. I'm saying they have a problem. Just like the Christians have a problem and
Traps
the Muslims
on.
have a problem.
Nope.
That's their problem. That's part of that has to do with
See
the
if
whole conquering of Africa.
this guy's on.
And so
Nope.
what?
Using Islam and Christianity to conquer Africa,
But it did not happen.
indoctrinate us so that we would
Gold
be
key.
good colonized people.
Nope.
France Fanon just talked.
You were and
Pigeon.
you also talked about that aspect of it. Shah,
Nope.
you've been colonized and definitely have been indoctrinated by what you would call African spirituality. You literally have. In that you
Feel
a lot
sorry
of
for
people
people who are
don't even admit
trying to
that,
find
both
spirituality
Christianity and Islam were
because there's
are
so many
inextricably
distractions. Just like
Islam,
I
Africa
feel sorry
started
for
in
everybody
Egypt.
taking a
You probably
normal
don't know
job.
that. And some of the
There's
first
so many
Muslims long
distractions
before
where you're just
Islam
throwing your
spread
time
throughout the
away
Arabian Peninsula were
to
in
go
slavery.
help somebody else with their
And in
dream.
Ethiopia, Aksum, to be exact.
We need to reorganize
That's the
how
problem.
finance
These
is
things didn't
so
just
that
spring
people
out of
can
somewhere
go
else
and do what
and
they're
end up in
best
Africa.
at,
It's
what
inextricably
gift they
linked.
have to offer
The
everyone
Karachi
else.
people are
And
actually trace
if
their lineage back to
everybody
Africa.
invested in
So
hex.com,
the
I'm
last part
I'm
is
convinced with this.
stop.
If
One second.
everybody
Last part is
invests with
Arabia was not
hex.com,
seen as being
you
separate from
can
Africa until
forget
until
what it
around
is
the
that you're
time of the
doing
Romans and
and
Greeks.
go
Oh,
They didn't
well,
exercise your passion,
it was
and
kind of more
your
similar
stakes
to
will catch up to
Yeah,
you
and
in
then
the
they built the
future,
Suez
and
Canal.
you will
That's
have
definitely official.
sharpened your
But
your
the
skills
the
and gotten a
Arabian
better
Peninsula was
tune
not
by that
seen as
time
being separate, and
to
many
then
of the
be able
people
to
there
utilize
were blacker
that
than
wealth
you and me.
be
to run your life.
Yeah, they were basically blacker than you and me.
But it's all
Seriously,
about
there were
following your
black people
passion,
there. Shah.
and
that
you'll
you don't
call
know
it a
that.
blessing
The
once it
current
is that
population is
it
kind of
comes to
like the
fruition.
United States, seeing a ton of white people
Whenever it
here,
is that you
rolling back
sing
the
that
clock
song
2,000
of
years
the
ago.
new
Like,
you.
well, I guess white people were here. A lot of Turks and Persians moved into the northern parts of Arabia. Shah.
And it's
They
thanks
did.
to this guy, Richard Hart
African
Win on
Bedouins would have
Twitter.
been there. Shah. I know it hurts.
RichardHart.com if you're new to the Hex ecosystem
Yes,
or the
it's
exposure of
Omar ibn
Hex.
al-Khattab.
Hex
We
is a
don't know
token
exactly
that's
what his
on the
thoughts were
Ethereum
like.
blockchain that allows you to do time
Like a
deposits.
dark
And
complected,
it's
but we
2.5
know
years
Omar ibn
old,
al-Khattab was
running
jet black.
100%
We know he was a black.
uptime
You see what I'm saying? Like, so,
And
and
a lot
it
of
wasn't just
people,
like one or two.
whenever they're
These
first
were like,
exposed to it, they're like, oh,
as
well,
we
had I
define
gotten
it.
in early, um,
Okay.
it would have been better, or all of
It was
those
like
people did
Isaiah.
better
So
than
I
I
agree
did.
with you, but there was, I
We are
agree,
just
and
in
there was no
a
Islam prior
phase.
to 1500 years
This
ago.
the
Okay, there
cycles,
was no
ups and downs,
Christianity
ups and downs.
prior to 3,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago. So don't
More and
let
more
me
Y'all been
exposure. Other
indoctrinated
people will
with
buy
African
while you're
don't
sitting
spirituality?
there
shackle myself
complaining
to my
about
identity,
like
to my African identity. That is
Yes, right.
freedom.
while you're sitting
It's
there
freedom in
judging
shackling yourself
somebody
to your
else
African
and
Rashad,
judging between you
Rashad.
and them.
The Judaism in Africa predates Eli Ife, so
Lost
maybe
my
we should all
words
go back
today.
to being Jews. It does. Eli Ife was settled in the 4th century BC.
Mr. Wonderful went anywhere? No. Probably
Ifa is
went
for
to
the Yoruba
dinner.
people, and it has been dated 10,000 years.
No.
Who do I want to
Archaeologically,
follow?
it's been dated
Parkway?
The Yoruba were not a separate people 10,000 years ago.
This guy, he left the space he was in.
They at best were a combination of Central Africans coming out of the what is that area called? The
Niger Congo.
Yeah, the Niger Congo. They were one people 10,000 years ago.
Hmm.
In fact, GT is more distinct than them. He actually came from the north. Chances are his folks came from up near the
Go back to a
Sahel.
Hexagon space while I try to find another
Okay,
space to join.
Outrage marketing, you know, like he's trying to break through censorship and stuff because a lot of people are gatekeeping him. And he's like, yeah, whatever, it's cool, man. I had to stop the video because I couldn't get through it. I was like, that's cool. Which video was it? He sends me a screenshot. And then I was like, oh, yeah, that's interesting. I'm going to check that out too. I haven't seen it, even though I'd seen it, right? So I was like, I haven't seen it. So he's like, and I was like, yeah, I'll watch it too, you know, I'll try to get through it. And then I
Marcavelli
was
says
like,
his passion has him killing ants today. That's
Richard Hart,
hilarious.
man, always flexing. It's so in poor taste, right? You know, blah blah blah. Kind
Not
of
the
like
ants in
going
the
like with kind of sympathizing with my friend,
fable.
right?
Ants
And
versus
he got through the whole
grasshoppers.
video,
The ants
and
are
then
the
at
hard
the end, he
workers.
was like,
The
well, I kind of
grasshoppers mine
like
off
what
the
he says.
ants.
I don't like how he says it. I like what he says.
Machiavelli
I
says
was
the
like,
East
yeah, man. I guess
East
I don't watch
Indian
enough of his videos
Trade
to know like how
Company,
much of an asshole
Rome,
he
the
is. You
city
know,
of
like wow, this is
city
really
of
interesting.
Rome,
And then
still
fucking 2
owns
hours
everything,
later,
and they
he's like
stole slaves.
sending me all these links, like, yo, this video is pretty
There's been
good, man.
slavery
Like,
all
he's
throughout
still
the
an asshole,
world,
but
all throughout the
I really
ages.
appreciate like why he's an asshole. You know, like he's got breakthrough. And I
Me
was like,
personally,
did I just like incept some
my
like
mother comes
Richard
from
Hart
Ohio, and my
Nazi
dad is
shit
adopted
in my
in
friend's brain,
Texas area.
like without really trying.
So I don't really
And
know.
now,
I know a little bit of
yeah,
how
now
my
he
family was
understands. I was
on
like, wow,
the
that was like
Union
the
side
easiest
of the Civil War,
introduction.
but I don't
It did
know
take like 3 minutes
how
though,
much
but
fighting
yeah,
happened
it's pretty
or
interesting.
sabotage to your neighbors, sort of thing.
That's awesome. Yeah,
And
that's a
then
good technique, right? Like
the
you're
amount
like,
that I
what? For reals?
can
I haven't seen the video, but shoot me the link and
trace,
like
some that I can trace
I'll watch
back
it right now. And
is
your buddy's
leaving
gonna be
Britain
like, yeah,
in
I'll finish it also.
1915 or so.
And then you guys both talk about it.
Whenever they had like this
And
arts and
that's a
culture
good way
thing, they
to
couldn't
get through
support
that.
the artist
Yeah,
that my great great
cool.
great great
I've been
grandfather
telling them,
was.
don't watch it if you can't.
So
If you don't like
he
watching
left
success or seeing success,
with
just
his
listen
painting of
to the word.
textiles
Don't
and
watch
stuff.
the video. Listen to it like if it was a podcast.
I do have doctors
Yeah, I
in
thought
my family,
the recent
so I'm not
Twitter space
a
with
dumb dude.
Richard and Tone. It was just
I have
like
architecture
if
in my
you're if you
background,
know Richard,
and
like it's just like such a slam dunk.
architecture
Like, oh
has
my
been
God, so
absolutely
cringe all the time. It
sabotaged
was like 10 on 1, bro. Right?
by the
Like
money
the
system.
dude was just like, oh my God, just fucking slaughtering.
I more and more
I can
realize
see though
what
if
it is
you're
that
just not
my
used
college
to
professors were
like
telling
if
me
you're not
under
familiar
their
with
breath.
Richard's history, you can be like, wow, this guy is so arrogant and like not listen to what he's actually saying. But god damn, those fucking Bitcoin maxis are so arrogant, dude.
But the
So-
And a little
the
dumb because they really don't know what they're like.
the
backing
teachers
up,
who would
right? Like,
demand
they get all
attention in
stumped and stuck when Richard Hart's talking. It's fun to watch
a
actually,
lecture,
when
like
he's
in an
slaughtering
amphitheater
them left
like
and right.
environment. Those teachers were there for
I waited like a
like
couple
keeping the
days
system
to
going. It
listen
was
to
the
it because
design
mad people
teachers
uploaded it on
over
the
in your
on
private
the channel.
studios
So
who would have one-on-one with you,
it definitely
who
made
were
me come awake. I was
much more
driving like
real
for
and
8 hours,
transient
kind of
like they would
dozing
not
up, and I
acquire
played
tenure.
that. Fuck, dude, it was like
They would
straight
attempt to,
adrenaline. It's just like
but
watching a
they'd
cage fight,
be
you know?
typically they would move on.
Yeah, yeah, it was pretty sweet.
So they would invest 5-7 years
Hey guys, can I ask
and
a
move
question?
on, sadly.
Yeah, go ahead.
And those are the guys who always keep the variables in their
Actually,
mind.
this question is for Hex is the Way. I was listening to one of the Twitter spaces that you were on. I don't know if you're there, brother.
All right, we got a direct
You
question.
were talking
That's
about your
awesome.
experience, your early experience with Avalanche, and how when you joined it was a bit of a ghost town, and that now that we're going to be launching Pulse Chain with everything on it, it will probably have a different experience. Did you have that same experience with other L1s or just Avalanche in particular? And also was wondering if anyone could comment on the L2s and if you've had any experience with the L2s and how that may compare to Pulse Chain. They're quite fast, very cheap, and wondering if anyone has any thoughts on how L2s will stand or how Pulse Chain will stand side by side with any L2s.
Hopefully I'm not too loud here, but basically, I mean, I did track some more. Like, to be honest, Polygon is actually a layer 1, but people call it like a layer 2, but it's the fork of ETH just connected as a side. They call it side chain just because of bridges. That was pretty much a ghost town. You basically had quick swap, and Hex is on there. I was on there. I actually provided liquidity for Hex, like a year ago, but yeah, it pretty much wasn't anything to do over there besides just quick swap. So I gave up on that one. Layer 2, Arbitrum, Optimism, Loopring. I mean, they're building them out. Don't get me wrong, but usually they just have like a DEX and that's it. So I didn't get really too far into most of those before I abandoned them. So I'm thinking the apps, like if you go to Binance, they have more apps built out, or like on Cosmos Chain, you got a bunch of apps. So I think we do have competition for sure. That's why I like to explore different ones. But I'm looking at these 100 odd dApps that everybody's building and for Pulse Chain, and so this little quote unquote delay is probably helping us so that we have a broad ecosystem to show off to people when they first come in. It's not going to be like, here's PulseX and that's it. Cheap is not going to be enough, right? Like cheap fees, that's not going to cut it anymore. It might have cut it last year, like if we launched Pulse Chain in September of last year.
I want to take us to another
Would
group.
have probably been great. So we got to be a lot more competitive than that.
Brother, I really hear you, and you really caught my attention when you said that when you landed on Avalanche and it was a ghost chain, you just left.
Machiavelli says he needs a cell phone in order to get
and
on
kind of
Twitter.
the attraction power, the attention grabbing effect of that, I think will be powerful. Wondering if anyone, any thoughts on how NFTs might live on Pulse Chain? Anyone think that will be a kind of a powerful onboarding effect, or not so much? That's not going to be very important as a way of attracting people on
Okay,
the
we're
Pulse
gonna
Chain.
we're gonna
Just curious if
switch
anyone has any thoughts
with
on
this
that.
NFT question.
And I wonder if it's going to hook. I hope it does, because look at Solana.
Platforms like Indeed, the virtual platforms, the online job listings are very different in their construction than the historical data series. It costs me nothing to maintain a posting on Indeed because I don't pay until I generate a prospect.
These guys are not necessarily
With
crypto
historical
related.
data sets,
I see a lot of laser eyes in here.
like
That's good.
Job listings in newspapers, which
If we could get a Hexagon speaking, that'd be awesome.
So the cost of keeping a job open.
I first need to recognize what it is they're talking about.
Lower. It's what's called low search intensity for the employer.
Marcavelli says Twitter suspended him for talking about the COVID.
One, we have much lower levels of
The only
labor
people
force participation we've had in the past.
that
How
I
much
know
of that
that
is
are
a
suffering
function
from
of a
COVID-related things are
and how much
people
of that
who
is on a cohort
did
equivalent
all the
basis,
rules in the beginning.
is a little less clear, right? So, you know, I would not expect that we would have the high levels of labor force participation we had in '99 when the baby boomers.
And I feel very, very sorry for all the people who are feeling limbo right now
It does, you know, it does surprise me that people view this as
and
anywhere
searching for
close to peak
answers.
employment, and the evidence for that is incredibly weak because even job switchers, those who are changing jobs, are experiencing negative real earnings growth. That's silly, right? Like that does not reflect the pressure that everyone thinks is in the job market.
Marcavelli, if there are bombs
Or it
dropped,
tells you
then
that
I'm going to go
inflation
mine
is
them later
truly
on.
temporary and everyone's, you know, treating it as
I'm able to,
but I just don't see the evidence that the
through
labor market is
a
nearly as
Telegram
strong as
channel,
everyone thinks it is. I think it
you
has much
can
more to do
send
with very low rates of job labor force growth relative to what we've seen in
the
history
clip that you
versus
would
some overwhelming
appreciate
demand
being
for
clipped,
workers.
and it'll send you
And I
back
just go a
that
step further
clipped
and like
video,
say, you see this, right? You see this in Uber
and then I'll
prices have
publish that
exploded. Everyone's now paying 2x.
as a new video, you
And
know, a
can't get
good
many
short clip.
drivers, right? That's
I don't
actually
have any
telling you
video
something
editing right now
about the
besides
value of
that.
that job in a work from home environment, right? The
And
historical
then
reason
what
why
you're
people
seeing
went to
right
places like
now
Uber was the
is what
flexibility of
StreamYard
that job,
offers.
the ability to
And so I can share windows,
set
screens,
their own
tabs,
hours, work at their leisure, etc. Now you can largely do that with a
toggle
work from home
audio.
environment. So the competition's much greater for that worker. So I just don't see the labor market nearly as strong as everybody else does.
Of course, you get canceled for for speaking the truth about COVID.
So the thing with the labor markets is that the Fed has two mandates, right, Mike?
One of the best things that I did
Pricing power,
after
price
this COVID
stability,
stuff
the
hit,
inflation side of things, and then you have the labor markets, which
the
are at
local
pretty good
freedom
levels.
organizers
No
asked me to come
mandate
and
to look at
protest
that
with
right
them.
now, given that
And
we're
after I
seeing
saw them
unemployment
out on the
probably
corner
going to tick up in the back end
and
of
what
this
they
year, which
do,
I said
then I
quite
was
some
like,
time
well,
now,
they just need a bigger
you saw
sign.
yesterday Shopify just
So
let go of the 10%
I used
percent
my
many big
skills
tech
of
companies have.
painting a sign. So I have
At
reflective
which
white
point,
paint
I think 5% still
on
doesn't
a
really
very
have
long
mandate
piece of
power to
plywood.
kind of come in and
So like
intervene.
an 8-foot long
Do you
strip
feel
of
like
plywood
people, again,
that's
I know you don't have a
not
job,
very,
just for conversation's
it's
sake,
really
but that
long
is a
left
Fed
and
mandate.
right, but it's
Do
not
you
very
feel
tall.
like they're gonna have to look at
And
this and be
we
like, you know
put
what, like you said, we can't really fix
doctors
this. Inflation needs to
silenced
cool off,
on it
which
in
we can't
black
really control
letters,
because a lot of what we do
plain,
is on the
bold
demand side,
black
not the
letters,
supply side, which is a
because
big part of
that
inflation
was the
problem right
point.
now. And if
It wasn't
unemployment gets
that
out of hand and they
we're
continue
sitting
to tighten
here
us into a
wanting to
recession, I
have an
mean, we're just
argument
gonna spiral
about
into a massive problem
science,
here. What do you think
about
about that as
medical
unemployment
stuff
probably gonna tick
on
up
the
into next
street,
year?
on
Would
the
you agree with that?
sidewalk with our fellow man. Instead, we're trying
I
to
definitely think
tell
it's going to tick up. I would
everybody
suggest you're
passing
already
through the
ticked up, and you
intersection in
mentioned
downtown
Shopify
that there's more to
and
this
others.
issue, and doctors are being silenced. Why would you
You saw
silence
it
a
in history. You
doctor?
saw Ford lay off
Somebody that's
workers. The
trying to
multiplier
express
there
their
as you go into things like
analysis
autos
of something.
is incredibly high.
And
My
that should
calculations
wake
for
up
Ford's layoffs
the
alone
willing.
are somewhere in the neighborhood of a 200,000 person increase in unemployment.
And there were a
So
lot of
I very
kids
much
in
think that we're going
cars.
to see the same sort of
And
light
so I
switch
would
go
go
off
around with,
and an increase in
actually have it
unemployment.
right here.
And you're seeing many of the associated data sets, right? So the ISM or new orders
I
relative
would
to
go
workers,
around with
et cetera.
this and I'd be like,
I
hey,
do think the
there's a video
difference this
here.
time, and I
You
think
know,
this is a
use your
broader
phone
issue,
camera. There's a video
is that
here.
you have a much slower growth
And
of
this
the
is one
labor
of the
force. So
first
if I go back
videos
and I look at the
of
1970s and I look at
one of those German
effectively the
doctors
flows
that were on the
that led to
council
unemployment, it was
of
new
of
entrants
like
into the labor
filing the
force
lawsuit saying
broadly not being
these
able to find
sanctions are
jobs.
pathetic,
This time around, because there's so
that
few new
you
entrants
haven't
into the
isolated
labor
anything
force, the odds are very high that you actually end up seeing
unconstitutional in so
people
many different
have
ways or
jobs
different
lose.
states.
So unemployment not from growth in the labor force, but from actual decreases in employment. again, I think
So
if you use headline numbers, that may
I
not be
hope
that
you can
bad.
see like how I'm
But
talking about
if you
animating the
think about it from the
situation.
standpoint of the
You know, it's
experience on consumers
there's an experience.
or household purchasing units, it's devastating. It's a really bad outcome, and leads to significant distress in consumer credit, et cetera. Again, somebody who is brand new entering the labor force has not accumulated the liabilities of somebody who has been in the labor force for an extended period of time and loses their job. Those liabilities are just another way of saying credit. The inability to pay that credit creates a credit crisis. And so like I genuinely believe that we could see a lower increase in unemployment, that the Fed by and large says, oh, that's good. And it turns out to be really terrible. I'll actually post a couple of charts on what are called the Beveridge curve, which is the relationship between job openings and unemployment. And you'll see this complete break in the data series, both on skilled and unskilled workers, that suggests that the relationship between unemployment and job openings has very structurally changed. We need a lot more quote unquote job openings to maintain the same level of unemployment as we did in the past. That suggests this could be much worse than the headline unemployment increase might suggest, right? So 5% could very well feel like 7%, for example. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, totally makes sense. I'm glad you kind of brought that perspective. I've actually put something on the nest above that not only highlights all the companies that have done these layoffs or hiring freezes, but also just kind of puts in a descriptive
You know
fashion
what's
on
fun?
maybe which parts of their business and where they're feeling the pain
Being
most.
the
But
idea guy.
yeah, I completely
And
agree
in
with
crypto,
what you're echoing in your sentiment, and this is
you
why it's
don't get
important to
respect
follow
for
the
bringing
processing sequence
an
that
idea
we've
to
talked
somebody's
about a few
attention.
times,
Instead,
which
you just
gives a
have
big
to
pollen to
float the
all aspects
ideas,
of
keep them pumping,
the markets, but
and
especially on the
allow
unemployment as well.
whomever to pick them up.
And B, this
But at
headline
least
number, like you said, the real
you got
reality
that
might
idea
be
out there,
worse.
and
It's almost like inflation.
somebody has
The
gotten to
headline
work on it.
number might be worse in reality than it really is.
This is
So,
happening to
yeah,
me all
completely
over the
agree there,
place.
Michael. Appreciate
All
that.
over the place.
Could I just
Go
change
Hex.
the topic? I wanted to ask Mike something actually. And Mike, I'm not sure if you saw the Federal Reserve of Richmond put out that the VIX and yield curve as kind of an indicator for recessions. And I know a lot of people kind of have focused on the VIX, but can we really look at the VIX as a indicator for volatility in the sense that after I would say more or less the GFC,
I think I need to find another space. Marcavelli says, how can you test for something that doesn't exist?
longer term variance contracts, and for anybody who doesn't know,
T-share
it's like a
FOMO.
fixed and
That's what he
floating
says
rate. So
also.
the trader gets to the counterparty a fixed rate,
T-share FOMO is separate from
the counterparty trader
COVID talk.
in very simple terms, kind of
So as I understand it,
cross currency basis.
what they did was they took broken up matter and they injected it into your body, and your body refuses it and then tries to filter it and then is offing it, shedding it however they can. So hopefully you're not getting intimate with anybody, sharing it with somebody as you're shedding it yourself. And that's where all of these
I'm not sure I would really
exterior
use the VIX
testings
ever as an indicator of
are
recession, right?
becoming
What it's an
positive for
indicator of
COVID
is
stuff.
the implied volatility of equity prices. There's any number of reasons why that number can be higher, right?
But I really don't know
can
a
be higher because
situation
single
where
stock
you're
vol
better
is
off
higher.
with the
We're
state.
experiencing an aspect of that right
Maybe-
now. I actually wrote about that in Tier 1 Alpha
I don't know.
this morning.
My
The
dad
same
just
thing could
barely
happen
missed
because you have an
the
increase in
Vietnam
correlation.
draft. Just barely. It
The
just
increase in
ended
correlation
right
is
before
much more
they called my
damaging,
dad's draft
much
number.
more an indication of fear than
And
than
it
an increase in
resonated with
single stock
him.
vol. Right now, we're
He
experiencing
was
an increase
freaked
in single
out.
stock vol in
He
part
saw a
because
lot
we're
of
in
his
earnings
friends
season,
have to leave
and we
college
don't know whether Microsoft is going to beat or miss. We don't know
overnight.
whether Google is going to beat or miss. We don't
He
know
didn't
whether
even
Facebook is
say,
going to
he
beat
didn't
or
even
miss.
get to say bye to him.
And so we've seen a decline in the correlation. Now we're actually seeing an increase in single stock vol my expectation is that will normalize.
We don't want to
barring
any longer
any
be
significant
humans
macro events
fed
between
to
now
the
and the
slaughterhouse.
earnings season. The odds are pretty high that you're going to actually see VIX fall, fairly meaningfully and have a difficult time breaking out of the low 20s, which is roughly where realized fall is.
And then
Um,
people
but I just
like
think
my
it's really
godfather
important for
who
people to
are
remember that
10 years
that's not
older
actually a macro signal.
than my
There's
parents.
that can be a function of composition. That can be a function of
They look at the
correlation. So
situation
I
as
work a
like
lot of the stuff on passive.
they know a lot of the people
Suggests that
who came
structurally
into
we've
the
entered
workforce
into a
after the
regime which
Vietnam
will
War,
higher realized correlations,
and all the
which
stories that
raises
they gave them
the overall
of
riskiness of the market,
fighting,
increases the negatively skewed
often
outcomes.
hand-to-hand combat with
That
Vietnamese,
structural feature
and
feels
they will
more
never
important to me than the signal coming from
want to
recession
spend
or anything
time
else.
in that area. They will never
So
trust
I know that didn't
people that
entirely
look
answer your
like
question,
that.
but I do think that the market has
Um,
structurally changed.
and people like my
I think it's
godfather then are able
I
to
think
sit there and talk and joke
to pay attention to the
and get
components
along
of
with
VIX,
people
not just
who
the
have
VIX
had
itself.
these experiences, and it just
Yeah, thank you so much.
perpetuates the
Yeah, I
problem.
put that up in the Nest, the paper that was Darren posted
Because
something
at
when it
some
happened, the paper
point
that was written
they
about
cling on
official
to the
data.
narrative that's spread
It's very weird to me to see
via
the VIX to yield curve as a way to kind of indicate recessions, but I
national
haven't read
media
through the entire
and
paper.
world
I've only
media.
read like
And so my godfather and I are sitting across the table from each other having a meal. And he's like, you need to know who your enemies are. You need to know that there's whomever out there that's trying to mold your mind. And I'm like, what do you watch every day? Oh, right. You're watching that guy, that black man who rose to be an anchor on Fox News, who talks about politics. He's a political commentator who says that he came from Snoop Dogg's bodyguard crew.
Right, because
Yeah, believe that
one of the
effing
things
story.
that
Yeah,
is
yeah,
important
trust
about a
him.
debt crisis.
So I point right back at him. You don't even
You
know.
guys have heard me talk about this. Debt has a unique feature in the capital structure. It has a change of control clause. So if we wait
What do we
too
got here,
long
Marcavelli?
to respond to debt and the crisis
The Gulf of
associated with the
Tonkin
repayment of debt,
was
you
a
set
false
off
flag.
cascade of
Totally.
change of control in the economy that one
To get the USA
I
into
had
the
a debate
Vietnam
with
War.
your own Brooke, for example,
Totally.
and his view was the Fed should never be interventionist. It should all be resolved through bankruptcy courts. Well, the problem is bankruptcy courts
And
take
supposedly
forever.
we didn't know
We're
anything
literally
about
wrapping
the
up
Japanese approaching Pearl Harbor.
14 years later.
So
Right, and so that process basically
if
takes
you
all
look
those assets and turns them largely unproductive.
like
and turns that
I've looked
stock
at
of capital
YouTube
into something that's in receivership
animations of wars.
that is no longer available
There's
for the
always
economy
a
and requires
pathetic
dramatically
decision
more accommodation
made
than
by
you would if
the
you
soon-to-be
actually were able
loser.
to resolve
And
it
it's like,
as
why the
lender of last
hell
resort
did
type
that
framework.
person think this or do this?
I just
And
kind of think
people
like
like my
those
dad
simplistic
would
things
have
of, hey,
an
let's never
excuse
get
for it.
involved. Hey, let's
Um,
let the system clear itself
I believe
before then, as
otherwise.
opposed to
I
those
believe
are
that
much harder
every time these
discussions
things
than
happened,
you
it
know those
was
who want to be
sabotage on
ideologically
purpose.
pure.
Um,
Often want to hypothesize.
Somehow behind the scenes, it was organized. And on top of that, the narrative that we're given is never the truth. Think about it. When are you ever told
Hey, how are you doing?
every
Hey,
bit of the truth so you can understand something? Never. You just have to experience it, or you don't experience it, and all you have is these you're told about these pillars, and you kind of have to like weave a web in between the pillars and assume the scenario.
As we all know, controls housing very intimately. It literally
So
they
it's
have an on and off switch.
it's very tricky to say that any one thing is absolute.
The switch were to stay on for longer, there would never
Machiavelli says war is a racket.
and this demand,
Totally.
and they
War is a stimulus,
paper that they introduced. This demand was largely rate driven.
and your blood happens to be the byproduct,
2 generations.
right?
That wasn't necessary.
It's the immediate
Controls that
the spilling of blood is the immediate byproduct.
I think, sure, its effects on other areas, I agree. You may come back with, the supply chain, blah, blah, blah.
All right, we need to find a different space.
generationally low rates of 2.5%.
Either that or we need to get up to the top.
An autopsy is written on this area.
What needs to happen? I've been talking too much.
Highlighted tremendously about why MBS was being bought, why the margin was being compressed, and why rates were so low. Because this supply chain issue in housing, and I don't mean to belabor the point.
Me and Marcavelli here getting to be bros.
There's labor. The labor gets taken away from other areas, and it just starts compounding itself. And I think the idea of saying that the Fed shouldn't do anything even right now is almost malpractice. They don't raise rates and continue doing it, and the economy picks up.
Look at this. The tabs at the top, the one in the middle, COVID-19, all caps.
Until it can catch up.
You know, I knew COVID-19 was bullshit back in the day because all I had to do was look at the numerology of COVID-19. So COVID minus 19, it was like 99 or something like that. And then that's the inverse of 66. I forgot exactly how it worked out, but it was so obvious to me that the numerology was structured, and therefore it was a heavy coincidence.
But to your point, was probably not truly appropriate for 2021.
What we have to recognize is that the English language is not going to benefit us, and there's a lot of gaps in there, and we probably, to take back control, we're going to have to get away from the English language.
Entirely rate driven. If for no other reason that in every
And
period
who
of
told me
history
that?
where we
My
have
spiritual
had
self
a
told me
pandemic,
that.
people have fled the cities and moved to the countryside or to what would have been the equivalent of suburban environments where they can shelter in place in a Decameron or a Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, etc. Right, where they basically, those are just prior examples in history of people fleeing to suburban homes and seeking shelter in communities that are
Why do I have her
smaller and
face
less
on there?
likely to transmit the plague. So there, and on top of that, there was an incredible increase in the value of a larger home because it became the center of all activities during the period of the pandemic and increasingly since. Right, again, work from home, more children educated at home, increased costs associated with your kid getting sick and having to isolate for an extended period of time. So you have to have a larger home from which you can work and your kid can work. That is an absolute increase in the value of that property, that single family home property. And I would suggest
Oh,
that
that's
people are
hilarious.
emphasizing that dynamic in terms of driving prices higher.
He's
Should the
arguing
Fed
that
have withdrawn liquidity or should they have supported it?
COVID
Well,
restrictions,
certainly
keeping
no.
people at home,
Played
them
by the
working from
playbook of
home, then increases
2007,
the price of a
2008,
home because
and
it's your
just wrong.
office and your residence.
I would be really hard pressed to come to the conclusion that this is all rate driven.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, so essentially the idea.
I don't know if I understand what this guy's saying.
I would agree with you. However, and this is where I stop agreeing with you. In that case,
Oh, is this
where people
over?
fled cities, LA, San Francisco,
It's not letting me connect.
Chicago should have seen housing prices decrease because their housing, their environment
Let's hear what this guy's point is.
optimal for the actions you say. However, not only did their prices not decrease, they increased. And even apartment buildings in those areas, which are even worse based on what you've described, should see the most decrease in value. Yet apartment buildings in LA are up in price. So it's hard for me to believe that thesis when the results don't pan out in reality.
So again, I think part of it is a function of the transactions. Another part of it is fewer,
Also, Marcavelli's with me on this. The language. Our language is weaponized to enslave our minds.
for apartments in
Great sum up.
even as theoretically they should fall in price.
We are going to have to
So
speak another language, not the English
There's
language,
also, the underlying dynamic
in
of
order
fewer
to take
apartments
back
and fewer
control
homes were available to be
and to
because of
quit
things
being
like,
part of someone else's
the moratoriums on foreclosures and evictions.
spiritual
In other
game
words,
that they're playing
there
on
was
us.
a sizable fraction of the housing population that simply wasn't being
Another thing that
available.
came to me in my spiritual learning is do not sing another person's song
Right. Again,
unless
I don't see
you
how that's
are
rate
willing
driven.
to be a part of their hierarchy.
So do I think that those prices are going to correct to a certain extent, yes.
Academiated said Vulcan language. Will you please elaborate?
Supply in the housing market that may to be false. We may see fewer people form households as the costs have risen dramatically. But again, I'll read the Fed paper, but I just don't have. I don't see it in the same way.
One last point, and then we'll get off this topic completely. And again, Mike, I highly value you. This is nothing towards you. In fact, I think it's an honor.
That's funny. Look at this.
Don't at all
Let's
any way
see.
whatsoever. In terms of the housing supply,
Look at this guy on the far right or far left.
but what it fails to take into account. I think even Logan mentioned this.
He's got the sneaky guy from
That
Princess Bride.
where we'll look around later on this decade.
The guy at the top of the cliff
Not only
who had the poison.
Not only do we have enough housing, we're oversupplied in housing because most of the housing currently is owned by baby boomers, and at some point or another, they will.
I'm not
even if they
following
don't
this
sell their house,
conversation.
they're gonna go, like I always make the quote, they're gonna go to the big McMansion in the
This
sky,
Three Aces guy, I
and
followed him
build
yesterday.
multiple houses. And those are
He
gonna go
spit
on
some
the
good
market
stuff.
at a time when there
A
isn't
sinner, a
really that
saint, and a
demographic
patriot.
supply
Never
necessary
comply.
to pick up that
10,000
housing.
followers.
You may look around and be like, wow, we overbuilt for housing tremendously.
It's possible. I don't think that's true, but I think it's possible. I mean, the same arguments were made about oil in 2014 to 2017, right?
Why does oil continue to be replenished?
Properties tend to become, if you can't reinvest
There's a good
in them, they tend
question.
to become uninhabitable. They're in the wrong location. All of us have at one point driven through.
Okay, Marcavelli says puns and memes break the trance, in my opinion. That's awesome.
Very sad components of an abandoned ranch or farmhouse. Not all houses stay in service, right? So and people move to places.
Academiated says just a Spock reference of logic over emotions. Oh, the Vulcan. I get it.
That we're going to wake up and find that we massively
Spock is a Vulcan.
It feels like that was a problem for 2006. It strikes me as unlikely to be the same problem in this cycle.
Thank you.
And Mike, just to the second question that Invest asked, like if you look at LA or Toronto where I am, you also have the whole
Academiated
elasticity of demand issue.
is
Like in Toronto, like housing
convinced that blood is the life. I'm sorry, oil is the lifeblood of Mother Earth.
Or what they call in Toronto, the green belt. All of those
Wow.
things, like even
I've heard that a few times. It is like the Earth is bleeding.
Changes obviously in price level, right? Because like housing elasticity is just completely inelastic in a lot.
So an idea that I have is that we have to have an appropriate separation between oil and this strata. So oil is meant to stay down there, and instead we're releasing it and changing its form, I guess.
They may settle for a house, but not a location. They may settle for a location, but not a house. They'll get a dream house that's 30 minutes further away from their work.
So I'm trying to think of who it was. Like, was it Rudolf Steiner that is famous for saying that oil is the lifeblood of Earth?
Apartments don't really translate to a 4-bedroom house.
Hang on, so Michael, are you saying that like people's investments in their homes or their future goals in life? Because then where's the divorce rate at? Like, I'm kind of following you, but not totally. Like, life comes with lots of variables.
I was about to follow this guy to the next room. So I guess we're not going to that room.
So to say that, the caveat to that
See.
is that like we're all putting in variables. Like every space has to do with like, oh, we're looking at markets, we're dealing with this, but are we really looking at what's actually going on? I don't think we are.
Actually, what do you think is actually going on?
I mean, it's a big question. I mean, I can't answer that in the simple. My simplified version would be this: it's a deconstruction of the family structure. It's a deconstruction of that. But I don't want to get into that. I want to keep it financial.
I want you to get into
I like
that.
three aces. I like rocking in three ace of spaces. Now, are we talking about the financial ramifications of higher interest rates and how those affect the overall society? We can do that. Sorry.
If it looks like a plan, there is a plan.
Yeah, I feel a little confused on the question you're trying to ask me.
Well, no.
Pete,
I just feel like
Pete,
Sorry,
why don't you
three
sit
aces.
there?
Sorry, buddy.
Don't be sorry. Sit there, gather your thoughts. We'll
I'm
get
going
into
to go
this a little
subscribe
bit,
to
okay?
Mud Fossil
You
University
know,
on
figure
YouTube.
out what
It's
question
a
you want to
channel.
ask. You can think about it for a minute.
Thanks for the heads up,
We'll go there.
Academia
I'll
Shaded.
pull it together.
Pull it together, and then we'll bring it back.
All right,
Lab
thank you.
Pens, IAP Pen. Well, I don't know what the hell that is.
Hey,
You know who you are.
what's up, Three Aces? Thank you for having me, guys. I'm a loyal listener to you guys' show. I appreciate, the transparency and everything, the honesty sometimes and the experience that you guys share here. Just had like 2 cents to drop into this equation in regards to the real estate market, especially here in my area, New York State.
Look at how many
The
people are
mayor
here.
has not yet dropped. There's still a lot of people that have not yet been able, have been trying to purchase a home for like the past 5 years and have not been able to qualify. So I mean, and also like as in a sales comparison approach, I think that the real estate market moves very slow. So you are still seeing sales from contracts that were in place from like 6 months back. Because typically a real estate closing transaction, if it's mortgage, takes from 3 months to 6 months to even a year in some cases, depending on how the deal is structured. So a lot of the sales and things that we're seeing right now are delayed. Same thing with, like as with inflation and stuff like that. Like some of these numbers are backed. So that's why like I think that the real estate market it's like it lacks in that time period of like we're not seeing the actual numbers. And like maybe by the time we see the actual numbers, interest rates change and all these things change. Like in my personal opinion, I anticipate mortgage rates to reach like probably high eights, and maybe we might see a drop in prices, but that's just pure speculation on my end. As
Well,
like I
yeah.
said,
So I have. Hang on one second, brother. So, Mike, curious your opinion here. I personally think from everything that I'm looking at here, the 10-year yields and mortgage rates and stuff. I don't think they're going much higher. What's your take on that?
I mean,
If anything, they seem to be moving lower.
Right. But
well,
I don't see.
tomorrow we have a Fed meeting, right? They're expected to raise the current 10-year I mean the interest the
Yeah.
current 10-year yield to like by 75 basis points, if I'm not mistaken. um and that's already granted, but I just got to see how like the Fed reacts to this, because like maybe like if they see that the things things are like lacking and stuff, like they're just gonna come in and be like, okay, we're
No,
gonna
no,
raise this
no, no.
100 basis points.
They're not doing any of. They're not blackjack dealers. Just sit there for a few minutes. We'll get back to you. Go ahead, Michael. How can we help?
Hey, thank you very much. It's great to be on. I mean, I've been on a lot of spaces and I've been hearing a lot of people predicting,
700 people in
housing
here.
bust. And that was the same thing that was happening when I got into the industry as a broker in 2016. That just on a cyclical basis, people were predicting that, it's been a certain amount of time.
Show your true colors,
It was going to
boy.
be a bust. That hasn't been the case and hasn't turned out to be the case. I think that in terms of inventory, I mean, that's always a huge laggard. I mean, the amount of bankruptcies of builders that occurred during the financial crisis in 08 and 010, that still hasn't been resolved. And as somebody pointed to, there's a lot of inventory to still come online, and it hasn't caught up with demand. I don't think that, people don't make a decision to buy a house because a rate is good or because a rate is historically good. They make a decision to buy a house out of like dire need because their family needs a house and because they can afford or they can credit qualify for a loan. So I think there's been generational demand that was sidelined by college debt, that was sidelined by the job opportunities, and I don't think that's shaken out yet. You know, in Lancaster, also a dynamic that I see, and I live in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, which is right outside of Philly and fairly close to New York. I mean, I meet somebody from Brooklyn every single day that doesn't have to go back in person to work, so decide to trade their, you know, $1 million home in New York City and come live here for a $200,000 or $300,000 home and a great quality of life. So I think that, you know, the demand for the cities will increase. That's where people want to live. That's where it's cool to live. And I think the millennial generation demand hasn't even come close to being realized in terms of the inventory that's available and in terms of the supply of homes.
No, dude, I'll jump into this one real quick and then I'll chime off. No, it's a gentrification around the global U.S. So, like we've been talking about, you go to states that don't have state taxes, right? Like everybody's moving around the U.S. They're going to Florida, they're going to Texas, they're going to Idaho. Then they're pumping up the property values there. Whether we hit it, I think we will. But no, it's about moving away from the places that aren't good, whether it's red states or blue states. But more importantly, it's about saving your money because individually, I think that's a very important point.
Whether it's red states or blue states.
If you can sell your house for 45% on top in Idaho before this thing crashes, then you'll probably make out. But
It's not about fucking money. It's about displacement of human beings.
There's no inventory. So that's also holding a lot of the inventory that would be online offline, is that people are parking themselves because rates have gone up. They don't want to trade their 3 for a 5 or a 6, and they can't expect to be able to buy in any kind of reasonable way without getting into a dogfight and having to, you know, offer cash hand over fist over list. I mean, there's a lot of different dynamics that are constraining supply, you know, I don't think it's as simple as that.
The state screws up their state, creates a issue where it takes more to live there. Everything's inflated, and then they take their bag and leave the situation and run somewhere else because their state didn't have a currency. It was a national currency. And for a long time, my Texas area has been flooded with Californians.
Selling a home they own to move up is also a buyer. So it's a net equaling out of the markets. What really changes the markets is what's on the
They had the same freaking job as the guy down the street, but they were making 3 times as much because they were in California. They didn't see that. They didn't recognize that. They didn't capitalize on that until they sold their assets in California and then used that to acquire assets here in Texas. And us Texans are, this Texan is outspoken, pissed off about it. Other Texans don't quite realize what all's happening in the world.
100 million plus houses last year were determined by 200,000 houses. This year, they will be determined by roughly 600,000 houses. So it's a market at the margins. Don't at all think it's necessary for it to be extrapolated to everyone else. And the fact that the velocity has increased is what has caused, and again, I'm going to say this outright, prices have decreased. Please go try to sell your house for the price you would have Q1. You can't. So that's what causes the change. And I think anyone who thinks otherwise will be sorely disappointed, anchored to a different price level.
I think you nailed it. This is what I've been telling people, that you don't need every house on your block to come for sale to reset the price of your house or in your neighborhood. You know, it's on the margin. I couldn't agree with you more. All right, we got a few hands up here. Hey, Javier, welcome aboard. I don't know if you want to jump in now or just sit there for a few minutes.
Hey,
You
boss.
don't need to raise. Hey, brother, you don't need to raise your hand in my wrist.
I want to jump in.
Okay.
I want to jump in
Yeah,
real
go
quickly
ahead.
because I heard the story about this sort of the sellers to do that. I mean, so my family has been developing commercial real estate for 50 years. and it doesn't matter what it is, we've done it. But on a personal note, I sold my house in August of 2021 in Metro urban Houston, and I've been renting since. And I've been watching the market, and I've been in 2 different locations, and I can tell you today that the difference between 6 months ago and today, as far as a person who's in the market looking, I couldn't find something to buy 6 months ago anywhere. I mean, nothing that even looked remotely reasonable, nothing that had any sort of a value, nothing. Today, I get 15 phone calls a week because I don't use buyer's agents, right? I do myself. So everybody has my number. Everybody knows I'm looking. And there's been a tide. So this notion that you can't buy something today is changing, right? I don't think there's a flood of stuff on the market, but this whole, if you list something, there's going to be 20 people trying to buy it. Maybe in some locations that's still the case, but not in Texas. Certainly not in Austin, which is, I would never live there. But from what I understand, you can't sell a home in Austin, Texas today. Middle part of the country, I think, is struggling a little bit. My buddies in New Mexico can't sell. I got 2 friends in New Mexico with houses they can't sell. So I think it's changing a little bit. Do I think it's a crash? No. Do I think look, it's a super, the U.S. domestic real estate market is the super tanker of illiquid assets. And it takes far more to change the direction of the U.S. real estate market than it does the global crude oil market, which on 1 million barrels swings it from plus to minus. But as the previous speaker just said, on the margin, 600,000 homes is, look, it's changing. And you know, I think I might have put on a good trade. I didn't intend to put on a good trade. I wasn't trying to top the market. I was making a move that hasn't worked. And you know, it was actually a failed trade for me. I didn't get done what I needed to get done. So the real estate market is changing. And I might actually make out ahead 3 aces.
Hey guys, can I jump in here?
Go for it, my bro.
Hey man. Hey, thanks for the space. I've been wanting to comment for a while on what Mike was saying on housing, and I don't think there's any doubt that the government and the Fed, basically monetary fiscal policy, we overcooked this. And now it's feeding into owner equivalent rent, which obviously has like around a 5-quarter lag. My thought is the big swing player in this time has been private equity. So the office space looks like a big question mark on what happens to valuations there. And it looks like because of the pandemic, the big players in private equity jumped from commercial to residential around the median home price area. And I'm in Texas, so I kind of see a lot of the transactions. So my question or, comment out to the space is, is there really a shortage if we take a look at basically the shadow inventory, so the inventory that's under construction, which there's a lot. There's also listings that are pocket listings, and this is a little anecdotal, that aren't on MLS as well. I've talked to some agents about that. Players are the big swing buyer here. What happens when they want to sell? Because Opendoor in the market that I'm at, I've been seeing some sales, and I saw another smaller private equity. What I've been, tossing around is actually, it seems like they're pricing out all of would-be first-time home buyer or even the middle class. Any thoughts on that?
So I definitely think that you're hitting on an important point. And we saw this not only in the existing home market, in which purchases for homes for rental purposes was elevated, and not just the private equity firms. You had firms like Zillow, et cetera, attempting to use algorithms to profitably flip homes with disastrous results. But I totally agree with your assessment that the existence of large buyers who had both collateral in the form of homes that rose with an increase in home prices and facilitated their borrowing, it was a bad component. I'm not quite sure why they're going to sell though. Right?
No, I agree with like a Blackstone. That's not their to sell, but I guess even if some of the maybe the smaller investors sell, then you have also how many people actually bought. And I can I've been in wealth management for 20 years. I can speak to the number of clients within my base or the people that I know that bought second homes or third homes or fourth homes. So how many? It's like, is there really a true shortage if we add in the massive amount of building of multifamily, which, I mean, look around, see how many are under construction. So it's like, I feel like one day we're going to wake up and obviously the prices can't, trees don't grow to the sky. I mean, prices just can't go up forever. You have an unfair advantage for private equity. They can pretty much, do whatever they want, borrow at nearly zero. And, they have a long runway. Obviously that's their plan. And then they've got another 2 or 3 billion that I've read that they're accumulating for when prices dip, that they go back in and buy again. And it's going to be in the areas that, people have been migrating and companies have been migrating to, which is, big ones, Florida and Phoenix and Texas. So it's almost a little unfair because they're forcing people to become renters. So I don't really know if we're going to have an issue with supply, because I don't know how many of the smaller private equity or other investors are going to cash out. I know some smaller investors have cashed out, but that's that's probably a small piece of the pie. But I just kind of feel like the housing market is really screwed up, and I honestly don't know how, without a protracted recession, how we're gonna fix the owner equivalent rent issue.
I'm not sure what that means. What does it mean to fix the owner equivalent rent issue?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that the owner equivalent rent feeding into CPI, that's a big component there, and so we're still seeing double-digit rent rise. And everyone that owns a rental property is, saying, hey, when this lease is up, I'm going to raise the lease price again. So basically, where does that end, and how does that, obviously that's going to feed into CPI.
I think this is part of the problem that I have with this whole process, right? Which is, you measure the CPI because you want it to have relevance to the decision-making process. So when we're talking about owner's equivalent rent and the lagged features of that, we already know that it tells us what happened in the past, not what's happening currently. This is part of the complaint that people had about why didn't it reflect the increase in rents that we saw in 2021. It feels insane to me that we would be slavishly devoted to a model like that. But we very well might be.
Well, it is important when the average American is, and the administration keeps doing things that fuels the flames, i.e., whether it's around energy policies or whether it's around this idea of kicking the can down the road again on student loans. It's like, if you couldn't make student loan payments in the last 2 years, when would you ever be able to make student loan payments? I think it's absolutely absurd. And what does that do to inflation? I'm basically suggesting there is no remedy to this situation that I can see with a recession, which we may already be in. And I'm not speaking of a technical recession. Maybe it takes a little bit more time, but I don't really see an easy way out of the mess that's been created. and housing is a big portion of it because it is the largest asset class, if I'm not mistaken, in the world, especially in China. It is the largest asset class, almost certain globally. It is. So I just, that's the one thing I struggle with. I just don't see a way out. That's why I keep going back to housing. I don't see how they fix the problem.
Well, you fix the problem by building more houses.
But is that really the problem? Why don't we just stop private equity from buying homes? A moratorium in place.
I broadly think that that's a smart call, but I guess the question is, how do you define private equity? Do you define private equity as a mom and pop that buys 3 properties? Do you define private equity as somebody who buys 1,000 properties? Do you define private equity as somebody who uses a corporate line of credit to do a cash sale?
No, that's a good point, but I think that there's already as a private investor, you have a limit. I can't remember. I think it's 12 that you can buy, right? Without, it becomes very hard to buy, I guess I would say, after, I think it's 12, it's the limit. So yeah, I don't know how you classify that, but definitely Blackstone, right? That's an easy one, with billions of dollars that they can easily raise money, whether that's going to investors and leveraging up the capital markets. I mean, that's an unfair advantage that no one has. So I understand what we need some clarification, but to me that needs to be done.
Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, I'm supportive of it. I think it's very hard.
No, I get it. I mean, there's a lot of things that are not easy and hard that could be a fix, but we're like chasing our tail because we have to go back to and lean on the administration, Congress to do something. Then unfortunately it disincentivizes their big base or their own their own. So anyway, but I've been thinking a lot about that, and it seems like, and I know there was talks about that in some neighborhoods because I work with some pretty big builders, and they're all saying that these big investors keep coming to them and they want to buy blocks of houses. And it's all in this, call it 300,000 to 400,000 range.
To be totally fair, I completely agree with your assessment. I think it's a significant contributor to the problem. It should probably not be allowed. It's very hard to target something like that through either a regulatory tax or legislative process. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try, right? I think your analysis is correct that it's a contributor. It's something I've called out, and I think more people should spend more time calling it out.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Guys, I'm gonna drop down. I appreciate the invitation to speak. I just want to listen for the rest of the evening. All right.
Thanks, Michael.
Take care. Bye bye.
Sort of fatigued. Go ahead, Data.
Yeah, I had a different topic. My question was more about the trade-weighted dollar. My question to the panel is, how do we actually factor in the amount or the bips of tightening that's going to occur because of the rise of this trade-weighted dollar, right? So we know that there's the terminal Fed funds rate, right? So we all assume that there's some equity risk premium that comes with that, and some valuation that comes with that for individual equities, right? How the strength in the dollar and how much tightening the Fed has to do exactly, because that's an effect of bips of tightening that's happening on the back end, which is in addition to the Fed funds rate, whatever the terminal rate is being. So how do you exactly get how much tightening of the dollars that's being caused in the system that may end up reducing the global liquidity?
That the only one I know who can answer that is Deer. Go ahead, Deer.
So are you asking how do we figure out
like what perceived shortage of dollars there is within the like let's say global like global liquidity markets?
Hey, dear. Yeah, yeah. So I know I've been reading a lot about your work on the cross currency basis swap, the Fisher effect and the deflationary stuff that you've been talking about. But something I saw in Jay's channel specifically that I don't know he posted on July 24th, which I'm reading, is that this idea that because the trade weighted dollar is up 10%, it's equivalent to 3 rate hikes. So I just wanted to. I see that he's not in this conversation, but I just wanted to maybe get an idea from you. Maybe is there a way we can measure how much tightening a strengthening dollar has, like in terms of bips? Is there an equivalence, would you say, to Fed funds, or is it different?
I'm not sure. I would need to ask Jay or read the post, because I mean, there's a lot of things that contribute to the rise in the dollar. I think broadly this round being the perceived shortage of dollars. I actually posted something today, um, which is a little bit more on the technical side because it's talking about the forward rate agreement minus the essentially the OIS, which is the overnight index swap rate for Europe, and that's kind of a way to measure stress within money market funds within Europe. And so what you can see is obviously, if you invert that and look at it against cross currency basis swaps, there's a kind of a correlation there, that as there's deterioration in money market funds, or stress in money markets, obviously dollar, the basis becomes more negative. But I think that when you're calculating the dollar, I'm not sure. I would have to go back and read the post, and I could send Jay a message also on his kind of ideas behind that, because I haven't read it, so I don't want to comment on his words or speak for him. But there's a lot of variables that are calculated into. I mean, I would say essentially the rise in the dollar.
All right, dear, let's see if Jay comes in. If not, because I don't even know what the hell he's talking about. So let's go on to the next one for now. Go ahead, Felix.
Thanks for having me up, but I just wanted to go a little bit back to the housing market. I've spoken to Javier on Spaces before.
You're a permit bear. We remember you.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not a perma bear. Not at all. What I'm just saying is that, people are calling for a crash now. And, I started my career in 87. And I saw that crash as a young guy. And now being in my mid 50s. But what I'm going to say is that as far as the housing market goes, I think that the migration to other states, and obviously not at this velocity. So again, please take it in the perspective I'm going to say it in, from a tax policy perspective. When we eliminated the SALT deduction and the property tax deduction, people were already moving out of the tri-state area, California. They were moving to Florida. Because if you owned $1 million house, let's say in a certain county in New Jersey, or a certain county in New York, or a certain county in Connecticut, you were moving out of there because you couldn't write off your $34,000 tax, your property tax bill. Now that affects the lower class, the middle class, and the upper middle class. That already is raising your rate on you can't write it off. It becomes a major issue. So a house you thought you could afford, now all of a sudden you can't afford because you can't write it off on your 1040 anymore. So for people in the lower class and the middle class and the upper middle class thought they could afford their $50,000 property tax bill, you can't afford it anymore. So you're moving to Florida because you're capped at the 2% going up. You're moving to other states. You're moving to Tennessee. You're moving to Texas. I'm just saying that this obviously not at the pace it was now. And it's supposed to be repealed, I believe, in 2025. I don't know if they're going to keep it. But what I'm just saying, I think that was having an effect on the market prior to this are certainly wrong because it was definitely happening. If you bought a house and you thought, oh, well, you know what? I could write off my $27,000 tax bill off my taxes. And then all of a sudden, a year later in 2019, you're like, I can't write that off anymore. That's a monster hit to somebody's income. That is like raising interest rates. That's first of all. And as far as me being a permit bull, I'm not. What I'm just saying is that I believe it's around housing and it centers around unemployment. The country's still flush with cash. It may not be, and it's slowly coming down. What I'm saying is that the capitulation event, which I believe will happen, is not going to be happen until at least the end of the second quarter next year or into the second half of next year. And then what I could see happening if we don't get our stuff together is just close to 3 to 5 years. Everybody's been buying the pullback for the last 12 years. It's been straight up and to the right. Pulls back, you buy. Pulls back, you buy. If people don't think that there's a possibility that we could chop sideways for 3 to 5 years, I think people are, they need to be aware of that. But I do think that people should understand that that tax thing that I was just speaking about, with regard to being able to deduct your property taxes, is like raising interest rates. And people didn't even know about it. So people that were in those homes, now all of a sudden, when that hit, they were like, oh my God, I can't afford my house anymore because I can't deduct that tax. That's just something I wanted to throw out there for and get some comments around it because I think it's a fact. I mean, it was happening before. Again, not at the pace it's happening. We all know that. But I saw it happening 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anybody would argue that
No, I could.
that people who stretched, into anything, homes, cars, whatever,
No,
especially
but that
now,
wasn't a
interest.
stretch. That was brought
No,
upon like they
no,
bought
Field.
their
I completely
house.
agree with you. I live in one of those states. I agree with you. We're losing population. However, and I always come back to this, based on that fact, our home prices should be going down then, and they're not. And LA
Right,
still has a lot of land to build housing. We're not exactly Manhattan. There's a lot of emptiness still.
No,
So we
I'm not.
haven't reached.
I'm not saying there is. But what about the person who purchased the house thinking that they were going to get that tax deduction? Let's say the $34,000 tax deduction. Now all of a sudden they can't deduct that 34 grand, and they save an extra $15,000 in income to put towards their income taxes. They lost that, so they can't afford that house anymore. That's all I'm
I think,
saying.
yeah, that law has been in place for a while. I don't think that's the issue. What I've heard anecdotally is in Texas, where property taxes are much more aggressive than, let's say, in California, where we have Prop 19. And a lot of people running issues into that. So they look on one hand and they're like, oh, great, my home appreciated. Then their property tax is up 20%. And that's a big hit. So that's what I've been hearing anecdote from the last 2 years of people buying. Obviously, what you mentioned dates back to 2000, I think 17 or 16, the SALT deduction.
Yeah, I
Unless
just want to.
somebody, go ahead, Prodigal.
Yeah, I was going to chime in. I'm just going to speak about the New York suburbs real estate market. I agree with the prior speaker. It's baked in, right? We saw shifts in this, right? High-end home buyers who would have bought in Inglewood, in Tenafly, started pursuing Inglewood Cliffs or Anaheim, right? That shift was baked in years ago. I mean, I think if home prices are going to start going down in the tri-state area, it's from baby boomers retiring, cashing out, and moving on. I don't think there's going to be a major price correction. To Javier's point, I couldn't find deals, for 3 years. There's deals out there to be had now. They're not everywhere. I don't think we're going to see a major collapse. I think there might be some price corrections. But as to the rental market, artificial controls are going to keep a rent high, and I'll tell you why. I can raise my rents in areas to the maximum allowed on the rent control laws for basically the next 3 to 4 years. In areas where there's vacancy decontrol laws, I can bring them to market rate. So rents, at least, Gold Coast, NYC suburbs, especially with the continued crime and other issues, are going to continue to go up. When you look at the tri-state area, property tax issues are still going to be there affecting new homeowners because, when these new, at least large scale developments come up, they're getting, 20, 30, 40-year tax abatement plans. And those get cooked into the property taxes of all the other small owners. That's why you see a rush of, long time, lifelong natives in Jersey City and other urban areas in the NYC suburbs having to sell, because it's not just them having to assume these property tax increases, but they're also assuming the infrastructure and utility increases. Because when they're building, 100, 200, 300 units, they're laying down new pipes, new infrastructure to do that, and those costs are being passed along to the consumer. So, when it comes to at least this specific area, because everybody knows real estate is very region specific, I don't see rents going down unless New York just completely implodes.
Prodigal, I agree with you. You're picking out like Alpine, Saddle River, Mawa, those towns. On $1 million home, you're paying $10,000 in taxes. You move to Essex County and you're living in Montclair, on $1 million home, you're paying $35,000.
No, I agree. Listen, I have.
So you're choosing Bergen County versus Essex County. You can't
Well, no,
compare them.
I have holdings in Hudson County, and Hudson County by no means has low property taxes. I mean, listen, it doesn't affect me because I'm
No,
an
but
investor.
you know what I'm saying about like Alpine and Saddle River.
No, but you were talking.
Hohokus.
But you're talking high-end purchases, right? And I agree. It might affect new entrances into the market, but most of the people who've owned in these towns absorbed that tax hit years ago. So unless there's a substantial change in their financial situation, or they're retiring and moving out, which I think is going to be a motivator, I don't see rental prices going down. I don't see a major correction in property prices because there's still buyers out there, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no. So for example, like compare like Franklin Lakes, which you know what I'm talking about, right? Franklin Lakes.
Yeah, I know Franklin Lakes. Yeah, I know Franklin Lakes.
Okay, so Franklin Lakes, if you compare that to Montclair, you're paying 4 times the amount of taxes and you're getting less. I'm just saying that property tax deduction, for a person that was in a middle class that thought they could afford their home, when that happened, it affected a lot of people.
I mean, it did initially. I think the issue now is for first-time home buyers.
Absolutely. I agree with you.
That's what it is.
No, yeah, I completely agree with you. I was just trying to make a point. You know what?
Hey, Aces, I know Special's really busy, and I invited him, and he was kind enough to come up. I know we're having some back and forth here, but if you want to ask Special some questions, he's one of the best on here, so it'd be wise to use his time.
Hey, how are you, brother?
Hey, how are you guys? I appreciate it.
Special. How's it going? Thanks for joining on last minute.
Hey, Jay, just curious, what's your take on earnings so far? What do you see out there?
Hey, it's been a mixed bag, but outlooks, I think 75% of outlooks have been underwhelming. And I care more about the outlooks than the earnings. There are a handful of companies that have beat on GAAP EPS, but the revenue outlooks and the margin outlooks haven't been great. And what I'm looking forward to tomorrow is, I think companies like Shopify could miss pretty materially. I mean, you don't announce a 10% cut to your workforce the day before earnings and expect a good print.
Remember this last.
And then you have Big C, right, in the same industry reporting the following week. So I think, one thing you can kind of use mosaic theory and read the tea leaves, but there are a lot of companies that that have reported and have been. You can even Walmart. You can read through the press release, and I posted and highlighted what they said on my timeline. But at the lower end of the consumer, people can't. People are making the decision of paying for food or buying their kids new clothes for back to school season. Like that is essentially what Walmart said in their press release. And I think whether it's Gap or the TJX companies or Burlington, I think you're going to see a number of companies that beat, for 8 quarters in a row, start to miss. And another thing that I had posted was, the inventory to sales ratio. And a number of these companies are seeing inventory builds because of some during COVID. I'll just post this quickly to the top. And because they overordered, their inventory built extremely quickly over the last quarter. And I think you're going to see margin compression, not just operating, not wages and supply chain driven, but you're just going to see gross margin compression because of discounting. I think you're starting to see discounting across various retailers. Um, and I think you're going to see impact of that not only in apparel, but across other product categories as well. Whether you know it's Home Depot, Lowe's, whether it is in the electronics space. I actually read that electronics retailers are seeing relatively, now that supply chain issues are clearing up, or they're starting to mark down, and it's not even the holiday season yet. So just some things I'm thinking about, because during COVID, right? If you needed a laptop, you bought. If you needed a second phone, for your side gig or whatever, you bought it already. You need an upgrade, you made an upgrade. And the iPhone 14, isn't much better than the iPhone 13. And what we're seeing, that special sale that Apple put together for the Chinese COVID reopening. I think China's reopening from COVID for like the fourth time in certain areas of the country. But the fact that Apple's discounting, I think for the first time forever, about $88 a phone, they're probably struggling to hit sales targets. And that is, personally, that I find that I expected it, but I think that that's an obvious tell, just like the Shopify layoffs are an obvious tell. And another obvious tell is the White House coming and saying that you know a negative GDP print doesn't equate to a recession. So two things I'm taking from what we just discussed here are: one, Apple's reporting July 28th after the close. Um, Shopify's reporting July 27th after the close. There are two big companies there are a lot of individual retail investors involved in. I think they'll likely miss. Um, and you know across all sectors, whether it's financials, whether it's tech software, whether it's e-commerce, whether it's industrials, um, even names like, that we missed, and that was priced in, but I would think that next quarter that miss is going to be bigger, um, and that next quarter miss may not be priced in. So the E is going to continue to compress, and companies are going to sequentially, like, there's no way to go but down, unfortunately, right? We're all optimists, right? If you're an investor, you're likely an optimist, but the only way things can really go from here is down, on the revenue side, and on, when it comes to margin compression. And at some point, right, things will inflect again, but that's probably several months away. And when it comes to the Fed and the ECB, they made pretty big policy mistakes going into this. But the fact that the ECB raised rates by 50 bips, and people say, well, they raised to zero, but they raised, and they're likely going to raise again at a point in time where they're in a stagflationary environment. German PPI is 33. The TPI, the bond buying they announced is wasn't taken well by the market, because the deficits in Italy are so high, and the new government, right, isn't going to, now that Draghi's gone, the goal isn't going to be to cut debt to GDP, right? They're going to want to spend more. They're going to want to stimulate the economy, and likely, more likely than not, it's going to be very difficult for the ECB to buy those bonds. So you're going to see, reminiscent of what happened in the pigs crisis of 2012, 2013, you could see European sovereign and bank spreads continue to widen out at a time where, they are actually hiking into one of the biggest, probably the biggest recession they've seen since '08. And believe it or not, this is a global economy. 40% plus of S&P earnings, right, are coming from Europe and essentially outside of the U.S. So the European slowdown really affects us. And the biggest thing that I think the market hasn't spent enough time focusing on is the strengthening of the U.S. dollar.
right now.
Fucking
And
selling by
an old boy sells his Lambo and all his shit, and then like rug pulls the whole community, and then Kristen's like the only one with something of value left to sell.
So, so I should on the top 1% rich list for X, dude. Everybody else got rugged.
Honestly, my first thought was like, is this even going to be a thing in a year?
We didn't Strong already get rugged?
Yeah, and
Oh,
they came out
God.
with stronger, and then that got kind of rugged too.
Wow, that's like Luna
But
2.0.
hold on, I want to stick on the soup thing for a second because I got some like soup wisdom that I want to like share with the group. So I make like a nasty clam chowder. It's just kind of like it's a New England thing. You just learn how to do it, right? But I learned how to force the leftover, right? Because you know leftovers, you're like, wow, this is actually better than the original. It's because it like it evaporated a little bit. You let it sit, ferment, whatever it does. You force the leftover on clam chowder though. You thicken it up, and what you do is like you heat it up and then let it cool down. Heat it up and then let it cool down. It evaporates and it will thicken up naturally, so you don't burn your cream. So next time you're making a cream-based soup, let it heat up and then cool it down to room temperature. Heat it back. It'll take you a few hours. You don't have to wait 3 weeks, Kristen. But like it's gonna take you like maybe 5 or 6 hours to make some like wicked good soup, dude. But yeah, heat it up, cool it down a couple times, and it'll naturally thicken up, and you won't burn your cream.
Loving it,
Oh.
loving it. And as a parent, I always look for like easy like crock pot like solutions to problems. If it can't work on a Foreman or a crock pot, and then typically I'm not messing with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So additionally, so yeah, dude, love the crock pot. You know what else is like nasty though is the panini maker, right? The smash sandwich maker. So you know the one with it's got like the two halves of the bread in there. Like I don't know if you've ever been to France, dude. They make smash sandwiches. One of the best like things in the entire planet. Take any sandwich, butter the bread, throw some either tater tots or French fries in whatever you're making, and then smash it down with the panini maker. Like, bro, like you're gonna look like what was that guy's name with the extended belly that we were looking at?
Palumbo.
Yeah, you're gonna look at Palumbo real quick, dude.
Tiny
Smash
dick and
sandwiches, the panini
huge
makers. The
torso.
panini maker's like $15, dude. Fucking steak that shit.
I would steak that shit. That sounds pretty legit. I wonder if I can make a panini with my Foreman. I'm pretty sure I can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you gotta get the one that cuts it in half. I mean, throw like a I don't know, some kind of divider in there. Throw like a Lincoln log in there in between the sandwich so it chops it in half.
Yeah, you
Inside
said
the
Lincoln log. That was awesome.
Yeah, throw
I got-
that's the Thursday. Yeah, throw a fucking Lincoln log in there with it.
So I got like the big Foreman, so it can hold like 8 hamburgers at once. It's pretty ballin'. I'll do burgers on it. I'll do fish on it, chicken. It's been pretty good to me. I've had it for like 4 years. Pretty amazing, solution to at-home cooking. So
I was thinking about getting a pancake maker, dude. You know, one of those. It's kind of like the panini maker, just round or whatever. But like, yeah, I can make some pancakes that give you fucking autism, dude. They're chocolate chips in them. Like, oh man, dude, I need to go get something to eat.
He's like, I made myself hungry.
all right, well, you guys are awesome, and I love y'all. But I'm gonna go smoke a bowl and then go to bed. So I'll see you tomorrow, and be safe and hodl.
I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, later, dude. If you're leaving, I'm leaving. Check your DM. Peace.
Word, peace, everyone.
See you. I'm trying to figure this game out, but it's like I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Which game?
This Zerpcraft game. Like I forgot all the fucking buttons.
Oh my gosh.
I thought I went to the regular fucking server and I'm in the Legends one somehow. And now I don't know. This is fucking annoying. No wonder why I haven't played in a while.
All right, now all the riffraffs out of here, I'll speak up.
What do you mean, riffraff?
I'm just slagging them because they're not here.
Ah. I wasn't even sure if you were serious or not.
No, thank you for the reaction, though. That's awesome. Appreciate it.
Thank you for what?
Thanks for the reaction, though.
Oh.
Yo, did you see that Palumbo picture? Oh my gosh, man! I don't like making fun of people, but good God, that was funny.
You know, one of the I worked with a guy at where I worked at, and he was a bodybuilder, and so was his girlfriend at one time, and they both worked for us. You know, she was a drop dead blonde knockout. You know, really, really fit. He was pretty fit too. You know, like obviously pretty ripped at one time, and yeah, he got the old clot shot there, and fucking had a stroke. Almost died. He was off work for 2 months.
Oh, wow.
And this dude was a paramedic too. And yeah, he's like, you know, and I'm kind of like, I was surprised he got it based on his stance, but he got it because he was a paramedic as well. So need work, but man, yeah. But anyways, yeah, he was a bodybuilder, like super fit, and it gave him a clot, and he had a stroke. But they got him back, and he was off work for a bit, but he came back to work, and he's fine now. So there you go.
Wow. I know. I think my stepmom's aunt or uncle died today or yesterday. I don't know what day it was, but there goes another one. I mean, I just feel like every single day. I feel like every single day. It's ridiculous.
Well, I'm not sure if it's just coincidence, and it's just the fact that we're internet connected, and we know about anybody that passes away right away. But
No, we were internet connected in 18, 19, 17. I don't remember this many people popping up and posting this person died, this person in the hospital, send prayers, you know.
yeah, what do you think about Bob Saget there? You know, and his blunt trauma. Like, I don't know. There's some weird stuff going on with those Hollywood types.
Oh yeah, whoever knows why they did. You know, it's like Brittany Murphy, right? Because she like suddenly dies, and at her age, that shit don't happen, right?
Yeah,
And
for
then
sure.
her boyfriend suddenly dies in the same apartment 2 months later. So I'm thinking there was something whatever, food, toothpaste, like something was in there, right?
Hey, and you remember? Oh, well, go ahead, my bad.
Oh, that
You
was
just
pretty much
sparked
it.
a memory.
That was pretty much it. I
Toothpaste?
just think something was in there that he ended up running across, you know, and using like 2 months later, I'm thinking.
You know, it's you know how we were talking, you know how the Olsen twins ended up getting, you know, screwed up, and a lot of we've seen a lot of cases where, when you know young kids are molested, right? They just go off the rails, when they get older, and Bob Saget, you know, he was their you know dad on the show, and then Heath Ledger, I guess he was real, you know, friendly with them. So, you know, and then he ends up dead. I mean, you know, throwing it out there.
Oh.
Maybe they confided in him, right? Maybe they confided some shit in him, and he was gonna do something with that information, and then the handlers kind of got a hold of that. And they could have, you know, because they were investigated. I remember that they were being investigated when he passed away.
Huh. Who knows with them? They're all crazy sickos.
Yeah, and then you remember, I can't remember how long ago it was, but do you remember Kevin Spacey and he made that YouTube video? It was a kind of like a
Hey,
threat or a
everybody.
warning to
Not
like
sure what you've been listening
people
to.
not to mess with him because he'll out them. Do you remember? He was doing
Marcavelli,
these really
awesome. I'm
crazy
glad I
cryptic
could connect
videos
you
where
to
he'd be
Twitter
in
Spaces
character of
for
his
the time being.
House of Cards character and stuff like that. And yeah,
I'm
it was
about to shut
pretty
down this
interesting.
space, and immediately afterward, I'm gonna go live with Trap
I
Gravity.
don't know. People say he's just being theatrical or something, but
Possibly
I think it was just
Waynbo
thinly veiled
is
check
gonna
to somebody to
come and
back off about something.
chill with
And
us
they
in the
didn't.
space.
He came
Possibly we're
down
gonna
like a
deep
house
dive
guard.
into Twitter Spaces. Possibly we'll just
And
stay
he did.
here in
He
communication
got taken
on
down
YouTube. I'm not sure.
over in Europe. Something did wasn't it?
Maybe at some point I could figure out the levels of like how to
Well,
turn
the
up the
accusations
levels or
came
down the
out and
levels of each of
it
these
was
windows or
fired and
tabs so that I can better serve you guys with the audio levels. This stuff is not worth
Yeah, no, I think this
going
was after
back
that.
and
When he
editing.
started doing these videos.
oh, see,
Unless it
I do
is that
not
you
follow them
find
like that.
something
I only see
that's
like
like amazing
no, I think
bombshell
I think
not
drop.
even headlines.
Maybe we
I'm sorry.
could clip
I don't
it
even see headlines. I
and
just see people
then
like
forward it to somebody
talking
who
about
has
it on
better
social
audio
media.
capabilities. Possibly an
yeah,
idea for like a
I'm just
project would
a
be to
huge fan of
clip some of
his.
this stuff and then listen
Some of
to
his
it,
movies are
pause
alright,
it,
but
add your
I mean, he really
rhetoric
he
to
was
it,
a great actor
listen
though.
to it, pause it, add your rhetoric to it, and then you could
I mean, like when
peel
you watched
people
him, like
in your favor with arguments.
when you watched him, you didn't see like other characters. Like every
That
movie he
sounds kind
did
of
is like,
malicious
you know
or
what I mean? You almost
kind of
even
direct,
forget what
but
he did because it's like so.
hey man,
I don't know how to
back in
explain
the
it.
day
I
I
think
was
he
in high
was a really good
school
actor.
wondering why people on the
Kaiser
debate
Sose.
team would go
Oh, that
inside
was a
with
good
something that
one.
was obviously
K-Pax
stupid.
was good.
That was
And it was
American
because the sport was
Beauty.
debate, not if
Yeah,
you
American Beauty was
were
Yeah.
pretty good.
promoting prosperous human activity. Silly stuff. Silly. All right. So
Yeah.
thanks for giving my channel a
Ages ago I
chance.
seen that. How long
Talk
ago
to you
was
guys
that?
later.
Fuck is up with this fucking